Right. So I don't want to be the type who keeps on doing the same things and not succeeding in content creation. So I will just be editing. Okay, I will just be doing random stuff in my room, not just editing, okay? Part of it is going to be me cleaning my room, but I will be off screen, I guess. I guess that's what I'll do. While I make sure that the PC is on, but give me a moment here. Okay. Give me a moment. It's supposed to be. Where's the thing? Give me a moment. Are you serious? Please don't tell me this is going to... Come on. It disconnected. For what? It disconnected for what? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. It had to disconnect like that, bro. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. You guys are actually around. I'm so sorry. But basically, I'm just fixing stuff around it. My actual wire for the... Sorry. I had to fix up my wire for the speaker so that I could take a listen to anything. Possible. Actually, it is. It's just... I'm just gonna have to make sure that things are looking smooth on my end because... Oh, sorry. Had to transition again. Okay. So what I'm basically gonna do is just rig my YouTube to actually run. Hopefully it runs at a playlist. It will run on crime videos because I always run on crime videos, and then I'm gonna be going around getting my room done. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do first. So yeah. Save it. And then, yeah. Okay. We're doing that. We are doing that. Okay. Amber Paradox?
We have an update. Atosi is in South Korea at the courthouse and did a broadcast live after the trial.
I'm gonna start cleaning already, right?
He did this today. He streamed this like 12 hours ago. So we are going, he had his day in court today. So we are going to get an update from Atosi about what happened with the Johnny trial. It's been a while, so let's find out just how fucked he is.
Things, like last time things went awful for Johnny, and this time it went terrible. He even got humiliated in court. I mean, it was really bad from the start. And just to start things off, I'm going to run through the whole trial so you guys kind of get a picture of how things work, even though you guys weren't there. So there was a few people there. There wasn't that many people this time. But Johnny at, let's see, at 3:59, Johnny's lawyer came in. So right on time for the trial and so on. Then at 4, a woman walked in who apparently was a witness. We didn't know her. We hadn't seen her. We were assuming that Bong Bong was going to testify today, but apparently not. Then at 4:03, Hank walked in, and that also confirmed that Hank is still associated with Johnny. Then at 4:05, so this is 5 minutes after his trial started, Johnny was still not there. So Hank, he starts panicking and talking to the lawyer, and they don't know where Johnny is. So then...
Oh, my sweet fuck. His other court case, again! He's fucking... He did this last time. If memory serves, Johnny was like a half-hour fucking late for his court case last time. No, Reaper, he's not in jail. He is not. No, Johnny has not fled the country. Garrett can't flee the country. South Korea has him on a travel lockdown. He cannot flee the country. He's not capable of it. If he goes to any kind of transportation to get out of the country, they'll bitch slap him. The only way for him to get out is to basically get in a dinghy and try to row himself out to sea, and even then they'll still grab him. So, but yeah, the first trial, I think he was like a half hour late. Already he's late for his second trial. And Sanic, I don't know, he only get started only a minute into that, so I don't know if he's gonna show up drunk. But the fact that even Hank didn't know where he was, because I know, I have seen like blurbs that Hank is kind of getting done with Johnny. And the fact that Hank didn't know where Johnny was, I totally saying like he's still with him in some regard, but I think Hank is like seriously distancing himself from Johnny at this point. Because of all the shit that Johnny's been doing. So I think he started to put some separation between the two of them.
Hank has to run out of the courtroom and I guess call Johnny and figure out where this guy is. So, moving on with my notes here, let's see. 1 second. And we have at 4:07, Johnny then walks in, this time, respectfully, in a fitting suit. It seems like Johnny realized how bad things were, and finally took the cue, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna lock in, because clearly things are not going well.
Tozy, do not give this child more credit than he deserves. I seriously doubt that Johnny is, quote, locking in, unquote. Just because he shows up less late than the first time and is wearing a suit that actually fits does not qualify as locking in. Okay? This is Johnny fucking Somali we're talking about.
So then, everyone sits down, or everyone stands up, judge walks in, everyone sits down. Okay, court starts. So then, at 4:12, Johnny then confirms that he is still a quote-unquote student, and that he still actually lives at Hank's house. So...
That's a fucking lie.
Because Hank is going on to say, oh, Johnny does not live with me, I do not help Johnny anymore, I'm not associated with him anymore. Apparently...
He's distancing himself.
He just fucking lied. Or someone's lying. If Hank is saying Johnny doesn't live with me anymore, I'm not supporting him, and Johnny is saying, A, I'm a student, fucking lie there, B, I'm living with Hank and Hank's supporting me, another potential fucking... So, there's well, it's not double lies, Reaper, it's which one is lie. Is Hank lying, or is Johnny lying?
He's lying.
Which one is it? Somebody's lying. One of the two of them is lying, at least. Well, here, he's not... I don't even know what school he's, like, supposedly supposed to be attending, claiming to be a student. He's claimed to be a student from day one, and he's never attended school anywhere in any of the countries that he's claimed to be a student. Not one. It's a fucking lie.
That's not true. So, yeah, I do not help Johnny anymore. I'm not associated with him anymore. Apparently, that's not true. So, then we have the 8 charges that he's currently facing. I have Gabe with me here, who's been helping me translate and also find all the location and everything, and so on. So, shout out to this man for being here. But essentially, so there's the first charge they talk.
Well, it's easy to say that Johnny is lying, but honestly, Hank has been almost as much of a scumbag protecting Johnny this whole time. Granted, he's using Johnny as his living blow-up doll. He's been using Johnny as a blow-up doll this whole time. So Hank is not exactly what could be considered a reliable narrator in the first place. So either one of them or both of them to be lying, because that's all they do. Don't forget, Hank got booted the fuck out of America because of the shit he tried to pull on his streams. And his parents absolutely hate him and Johnny because of what has been happening with Johnny and the fact that Hank has been supporting him and protecting him this whole time, probably in exchange for that little boy ass of Johnny's. Because yes, they fuck it. And anybody who doesn't think that they fucking is an idiot. So yeah, and Hank is the pitcher, Johnny's the catcher if anybody's interested. Someone's lying now. And it's possible that Hank could be lying, saying, no, I don't support him. Because Hank could possibly be saying that so his family doesn't cut him off. Because let's not forget, his family hates Johnny. And so if he says in open court, yes, I'm supporting Johnny and he's staying in my place, his family may go, okay, we're done, you're cut off. So it's entirely possible that Hank could be lying on this one, so he still gets that sweet, sweet family money of his.
So shout out to this man for being here. But essentially, so
I believe it is
the first charges they talked about were the business obstruction charges, and they were related to the buses.
Yes,
correct?
This is the new charge that they announced today. So this is the one that we didn't know for sure, but I predicted was going to be the bus incident on the 27th.
So that was it 7011 bus or was it 7013A?
It was 7011 and 7013.
Okay, and then you had another bus 20. Oh, so it was the 2024 incident. That's why it was bus 2024. Okay,
Yes, yes.
okay.
This
Right.
happened.
Okay.
So, Reaper, they said he's got 8 charges.
Oh no, Johnny lost his sugar daddy. Rest in jail, Johnny.
Well, he may not be in jail. He's not currently in jail. He's still out on his own recognizance. For now, anyway. And yeah, I told him said at the beginning he's got 8 charges in total. And my guess is there's still the potential for more. The South Korean court system could very likely bring even further charges. It's just at present there are 8 charges, and if all the charges, if he's guilty on all charges, and they kind of do, they kind of sort of max out in the sentencing, yeah, it's going to be like 35, 37 years total if they max out the sentencing on all the charges.
That's also why they're adding it to this case, among many reasons, is because it was all around the same time. So it's a crime spree.
Okay. And so the first 2 disturbances, so the first bus, that was for playing NK propaganda on the bus. And then the second one was for just text-to-speech donations and just, disturbing the peace on the bus. So, loud noise.
They turn it down.
Yes.
Causing a disturbance, and also the live streaming, that in itself they consider to be a disturbance. Making other people feel uncomfortable if you have your camera. Like, right now we're here, we're not putting people in the frame, right?
Well, if I remember correctly, what Legal Mindset was saying is basically he's probably going probably from the viewpoint of, realistically speaking, when sentencing comes down, the South Korean court is probably not going to 100% max sentencing on all the charges. And so I think what Legal Mindset was saying is that a realistic number when it comes to time in jail is probably 12 years. But that's going on this. I think that was going on the assumption that not all of the charges being filed against him, if they result in guilty verdicts or pleas, that was going on the assumption that the court would not issue max sentencing for all the charges. And he was looking at a realistic sentencing as opposed to what the absolute maximum could be. The absolute maximum could be, at present, is somewhere between 35 to 37 years. The realistic level of sentencing is probably going to be 12 years. And then the charges that are in this district, these other charges, Andrea, I believe that they took the charges from that other district and they're amalgamating them into the main district. From what I understand, I believe they're moving those cases over to the district where he has these 8 charges, and they're sort of, I believe there was talk about them just amalgamating all those charges into one district. I think I vaguely recall Legal Mindset talking about that something several weeks ago. Yeah, I'm saying amalgamating, it's consolidating is the correct word, and it was yes. So yeah, they're consolidating all the charges into one court instead of multiple districts.
You're on a bus, you're live streaming other people as well. Yeah, that's considered a disturbance as well.
So then at 4:15, you had that moment where they went, "Oh, if you change the time, we plead guilty here," and that didn't fully make sense to me. So, like, what was that about? Because that was what Johnny's team said.
It's very common for an accusation to have like some small mistake, like it be a date or a time or a location. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
If you say no, it wasn't this day, it was that day, it's still a crime. It doesn't matter. But Johnny nitpicks about stuff like this, and the lawyer brought that up as an argument. And so the compromise was: do you admit to everything except the date that this happened? Yes, he admits to everything except for the date. Okay, that's a guilty plea.
Okay, so yeah, then he pled guilty for all the obstruction charges. So all 4 obstruction of business charges, he pled guilty for it.
Right.
Nice.
Then, so because of that plea, then the witness got up and left because they no longer needed her to testify against him. Because we were assuming that the witness was one of the workers at Lotte World who witnessed him, disrupt and stop the ride and do all the stuff he did there.
Yeah, when she turned around, I recognized her from the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 100% recognized her from the video.
Okay. So then you had the whole deepfake charges. So the lawyer then said that.
Okay. So he pled guilty. I think it's not like he pled guilty even to the Lotte World charges.
She turned around, I recognized her from the video.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Worker needed her to testify against him because we were assuming that the witness was one of the workers at Lotte World who witnessed him, disrupt and stop the ride and do all the stuff he did there.
Yeah, when she turned around, I recognized her from the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 100% recognized her from the video.
Okay.
Then you had the whole deepfake charges. So
all of the obstruction of business charges, including the Lotte World one from Lotte World, he's pled guilty. So that's what? That was 4 charges? I think that was 4 charges because it's like 8 in total. So he's pled guilty to half of them so far.
100% recognized her from the video.
Okay. So then you had the whole deepfake charges. The lawyer then said that Johnny was intoxicated. So they used him being intoxicated as an excuse for why he distributed those.
Their number one argument is that, and this was his lawyer finally making.
Okay, so Moose, there's no verdict yet. Johnny has pled guilty to 4 counts of obstruction of business, including the incident at Lotte World, and now we're addressing the deepfake charges, where he's basically pleading I was drunk. And I have no idea how this is going to fly in a Korean court saying I was too drunk. Child sexual endangerment charges are still pending as they weren't included in the obstruction of business. Okay, very good.
The number one argument is that, and this was his lawyer finally making an argument, which they've been asking him to do.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's what you're supposed to do in court.
Yeah.
And he keeps saying, "Oh, I gave you the evidence," or "Oh, I'll tell you later." But finally, they got him to make an argument, and his number one argument was he did not produce the deepfakes, even though I think he probably did.
Mm-hmm.
He did not produce the deepfakes. All he did was to distribute them. So he admitted to distributing them.
Right. Okay. So that's what happened. Yeah.
He is insisting on a not guilty plea. So it looks like his lawyer or somebody was able to convince him that the Lotte World charge was a lost cause.
Mm-hmm.
And So so that's what Johnny gave.
Interesting.
Guilty plea, changing the plea from not guilty to guilty for the 2 world.
Yeah.
But insisting on not guilty for the deep fakes.
Okay. And then that's when a new dialogue started, because that's when the prosecution wanted to bring in witnesses for the deepfakes, and Johnny's lawyer did not want witnesses involved at all. So
Really?
What happened after they didn't want witnesses? What did the judge say, and how was the reaction to the court?
This was interesting. Since the he got overruled when he tried to block the witnesses.
Yeah.
They do not want Bonbon to testify. They don't want Yoman. They don't want.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Leo.
Well. It is so
that's why
suspicious
they don't
enough.
want the witnesses. A witness in this case probably would be required in order to make the case work. That's why they didn't want the witness to testify, because if they don't get the witness to testify, it's probably much easier for them to basically work out a not guilty for that case. And obviously the court's like, I don't fucking think so. They're going to be witnesses. So.
Bonbon to testify. They don't want Yoman. They don't want either of them to testify.
Okay.
We've known that for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, he was actively in court trying to block them, and he was overruled on that.
Okay.
So, but since they're having the witnesses, the lawyer requested more time than usual.
Okay.
To examine.
So,
Why?
what's the normal time to examine someone, you think?
It depends on the case, and then all that. They'll set it, and for this, they set 15 minutes for the defense for the lawyer to interview the.
Okay.
They set 15 minutes, and since he couldn't block it, he wanted more time with witnesses, which means if they can't block the witnesses, they really want to grill them. So he might be planning on going all in on Bonbon.
Oh, wow. Okay, so is it Johnny's lawyer that's grilling Bong Bong, or the prosecution that's grilling Bong Bong?
It'll be first the prosecution for 15 minutes, and
Yeah.
next is Johnny's lawyer for 15 minutes.
Okay.
And then the judge might ask some questions as well.
And then you have another witness as well. So it will be times 2, essentially.
Yeah. And,
Interesting.
And another times 2 because they're going to do a translation.
Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Take my eyes open to force reality.
For everything.
Oh,
So
wow.
that
Oh.
twice as long. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
And that's happening in October.
Well, Rygat, it's. I don't know if they're going to try and bully the witnesses per se. Johnny's lawyer asked for more time. Probably, I won't necessarily go to saying that his lawyer was going to try to bully Bonbon, but I will say that he's probably going to do his best to try and poke holes into her story, which is what any good lawyer does when it comes to do a cross-examination with a witness that could potentially hurt your case. A good lawyer will try and trip up the witness, poke holes in their story. That's part of the course when it comes to lawyering, honestly.
And then other than that, so then you had what were the minor crimes charges? Were they ever brought
I
up
don't know,
during the case or
Cortana.
trial?
That is settled that the plea is guilty.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Brought up during this case. Then you had what were the minor crime charges? Were they ever brought up during this case or trial?
That is settled that the plea is guilty.
Okay.
Minor crimes, and now we can say obstruction of business. The plea is guilty for 6 charges.
Okay. Interesting. And so overall, how?
No, wait, I mean, it won't be. It will not be a time served because Johnny has not spent any time in jail. Johnny has been out on his own recognizance, racking up charges since his first charge. He has not spent any time in a jail cell. The entire time he's been out on his own and has been racking up charges while he's been out on his own, waiting for his court case. So he got one initial court case for obstruction of business. I'm pretty sure that may have been for the 7-Eleven. He got charged, and while he was waiting for his court date, he obviously was it's like it's been over a year. while he was waiting for his court date, he continued to basically be the shack-off that he is and racked up even more fucking charges, all of which have been consolidated into a singular case. But he has not spent a single day in a jail cell, which means there ain't no fucking time served, because he hasn't served any time at all.
Was Johnny's lawyer?
Flustered, definitely out of his depth. I kind of feel bad. Yeah, he's pressured by his family to be a part of this.
Should we really feel bad for Johnny the Menace Somali? Ramsey Khalid Johnny Somali the Menace Ismail? Should we really feel bad for him? Should we? Because I think he's an asshole. Always has been an asshole. The moment he started to actually never question what he did, he never reflected. He tried to look like he actually reflected on stream, but behind the scenes, he is far from reflective. He is far from reflective, bro.
This case, and I think he's trying to do his best to balance between Johnny and normalcy.
Yeah.
No, like, sane, actual normal procedure.
Yeah. And how's the prosecution handling this case, you feel like?
I mean, obviously very professional.
Okay.
Right?
So would you consider them to be pretty aggressive on this case, or how would you rate it?
Yes, I would say today they were aggressive.
Wait, he got banned from party as well, Andrea? I hadn't heard about that. I had not heard that he got banned from party. That was the only one that I was aware that he was still allowed on. The only thing I heard about party is he wasn't making enough money on it to elicit a payout, so he was making no money on party. I didn't realize he actually got booted off of party as well. Oh, okay, so he's honestly, the fact that he has become persona non grata online is one of the best punishments you could ever give him. Yeah, Rick Bozo. That is far more of a punishment than you can ever give him. Is just
Take note, the last time that he was on party was well, I'm not sure if this was the last time, but the last notable time that he was on party is when he was getting the footage and when he was spending time with Alex Novell. But even Alex Novell's actual documentary film is shit to him. Even Alex Novell did lie about a couple of things about Legal Mindset, but Johnny Somali was hoping that there would be a better light when it comes to his character on Alex Novell, but no. Alex Novell kept himself absolutely neutral in regards to Johnny Somali, and even if he is a douche, he is still a douche documentary guy who still kept it neutral. Unfortunately for Johnny Somali, it never helps his case at all. It never helps his case. Never helps his case. So, even with the documentary itself, bro, it never helps his case. The Johnny Somali and the Downfall of IRL Streaming, that's the name of the documentary that Alex Novell had made. I did not subscribe to him once, but god damn it. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. He's just... I feel sorry for Alex, but maybe it's better that he actually stays away from everything, bro. I'm sure the Legal Mindset had made actual videos when it comes to tourism that actually made him controversial. But I guess considering that his content creation is changing when it comes to values, I think Andrew really deleted those videos just to make sure that he is on the right side of things. In regards to tourism, you don't want to paint tourism in a bad way, because tourism makes the money go round, bro. Absolutely does. So don't paint tourism in the wrongest way possible, bro. That's what I think he did, so he deleted those videos. I don't blame him for that. Alex is just trying to put blame on Legal Mindset for everything that was actually everything done against Johnny Somali. And considering that Johnny Somali will be spending time behind bars, I think Alex Novell is going to make a certain response to that. He made a response to Legal Mindset. He made a response to Andrew's take against Alex Novell's accusations. Okay? I don't think this will be over. Alex Novell is by himself at this point. He's not publishing anything. Well, if he is publishing anything, he only published one short. Dude, even I want to actually publish shorts out of my highlights, and I still haven't done. I still haven't done so yet. Also, there's a video coming up about the kind of content change I'd like. Yeah, but yeah. But I did not hear at all that he was banned. Then why are his videos still up here then on Party? He has 909 followers, but it's not gonna go higher anymore, is it? Yeah. All right. We'll resume. I'll resume watching, and I'll resume cleaning. I'm still cleaning around the room, okay?
Because his entire life has been dedicated to basically being an online persona. His streaming was all he had. That was the only thing that he had that gave him even the smallest form of legitimacy. And now that's gone. Honestly, I don't know when Party kicked him off, but honestly, that is what might drive him to desperation more than anything. The only time streams that he does on Hank's streaming account, yeah. And how long before, Hank's streaming account, how long before Hank's account gets nuked because Johnny is doing a ban evasion? Because I'm assuming Hank's account is either YouTube or Twitch, would be my guess. And so, how long before Hank's account gets banned because Johnny is doing ban evasion? And then once Hank loses his stream, he's got nothing. So right now the only string he's got is a borrowed string. Yeah, they're both kind of done, aren't they?
The paradox is, how can you simultaneously admit to having distributed, which is the crime that it's accused of, and insist on this not guilty plea? Yeah, that's insane. That's just it's thinking.
It's desperation. That's what it is. It's desperation.
But that's what we just witnessed. Wow. This lawyer using Johnny's argument. Yeah. So basically, I didn't make it, so I'm not guilty. Even though, again, I think he did.
And also, the whole charge is for the distribution. So they're like, oh, we didn't make it. I did distribute it, though. But I was drunk. That's essentially what we're seeing unfold.
Yes, that's the mental gymnastics that we saw happen today. Lawyer was very flustered, turning red,
Ray.
He has a natural stutter like Hank, but he does have a strange way of talking. Yeah. But he definitely seemed very uncomfortable.
Interesting. Did the judge give any reaction to this, or was he confused, or how was the judge reacting to this?
The judge.
Karen, from what I understand from the way they explained it, Johnny tried to argue that he was drunk during the making of the deepfake, but he wasn't drunk for the distribution of the deepfake, which is the crime that he was accused of. So he basically made a completely stupid argument that absolves him of nothing. That's what he did. He made an argument of I was drunk, and it absolves him of nothing because of what he claimed he was drunk. He claims he was drunk during the making of, not during the distribution of. No? Hang on, I gotta find where he's talking about. Okay, where was he talking about he was drunk? Hang on, 939.
Yes, I would say today they were aggressive on it. And that, you know, the paradox is how can you?
Oh,
so
wow.
that make
Okay.
it twice as long? Yeah.
Okay.
He's guilty.
Okay.
Minor crimes, and now we can say obstruction of business.
And so overall, how was?
Of his death, I kind of feel bad.
And so overall.
Yeah, where did they talk about what did they talk about?
It depends on the case, and then all that they'll set it. And for this, they set 15 minutes for the defense too.
And then that's when that like a new dialogue started, because that's when the prosecution wanted to bring in witnesses for the.
Convincing that the Lute World charge was a lost. That's what, you know, pleaded guilty for Lute World.
Yeah, and then that's when that like a new dialogue started. Did not want witnesses involved. Witnesses. What?
He got overruled when he tried to block the witness. Yes, he was actively in court trying to block them, and he was overruled. The lawyer requested more time. For this, they said 15 minutes, which means planning on going all.
Or did he thank you, Swordsman.
Prosecution for 15 minutes, and
Yeah.
next. It's thinking, like, the more you think about it, the crazier it is. Distributed.
Yeah.
Which is apparently.
Here we go.
Yes, I would say today they were aggressive on it. And that, you know, the paradox is how can you simultaneously admit to having distributed, which is the crime that it's accused of, and insist on this not guilty plea?
Yeah.
That's insane. That's just
Yeah, well, no, okay, so Bestman, yeah, they were insisting that he used. I think they were saying he was insisting he did distribute.
Today they were aggressive on it, and that, you know.
Yeah.
Normal, like, you know, sane, actual normal procedure.
Yeah. And how's the prosecution handling this case? Are you pretty aggressive on this case, or?
On it, that, you know, the paradox is how can you, like, the more
Okay, it's anyway. Regardless, he's trying to come up. Johnny's trying to use the drunk excuse. No, Mike. Do not feel bad for Johnny. Do not feel bad for him. Okay, Johnny is getting
Amen.
less
Amen, sis.
than what he deserves.
I'm subscribing to Emperor Paradox.
Okay.
She's good. She's so good.
Johnny is getting far
I'm
less
leaving a
than
like
what
to
he
this.
deserved. This is a guy that was just rampaging around Korea, making people's lives an absolute living hell. Alright, he was just like running around Korea, blasting North Korean propaganda, having his chat, blasting TTS things through a Bluetooth speaker that were highly sexual in nature. He was basically just trashing 7-Elevens by just dumping shit all over the floor. There was a concert in a park that he went that he just broke right into and fucked up their concert. Don't feel sorry for him. I don't feel sorry that he wants sugar daddy either, Mike. I don't feel sorry for Johnny losing anything. Okay? I want Johnny to, with what Johnny has done in Korea, in Japan, in Israel, in all the different places that he's visited where he was just a complete ass fuck the entire time he's been in those different countries, this is the first time he's actually suffering consequences. For the first time, he may actually be getting some legit consequences that he has never received before. And I hope they throw the fucking book at him. Because the reason why he has behaved the way he has is because he's never really suffered consequences. He spent like a very brief time in a Japanese jail, and then he spent like a very brief time in a Japanese jail, and then lied to the judge's face saying he was sorry. And then as soon as he fled Japan, he got on the screen laughing saying, "Yeah, I lied straight to that judge's face. I don't fucking care." Johnny deserves everything that's coming to him. And the reason why he behaves the way...
He had that chance to reflect. He had that chance to reflect when he was deported from Japan. He still had... Okay, he was banned from Twitch that time. He still had his Kick. He still had his YouTube. He had a chance to reflect, but did he reflect? Did he? No. Never once. He made trouble in Israel, got banned on the Kick platform because of the stunts he did on Israel. And when he streams on Party, he's actually going to South Korea being a bitch. He stops eventually streaming on Party by the time April rolls around, because that is the time that every IRL streamer who is a nuisance streamer gets hunted, gets asked for identification, and gets requested to stop doing things. That's the time when authorities are clamping down. And thank God, April is also the time that the Philippines also took action against Vitaly Zdorvetsky. They should have taken action against Sly Kane, Christopher Sly Kane Dantes. But no, did things happen? Yes. The Philippines took action against Vitaly Zdorvetsky. Did they take action against Sly Kane? No, because from the beginning, Sly Kane, because he was already being tracked by the NBI, he had legal representation. That's why he was able to avoid prosecution. He didn't flee anywhere. He is still in the Philippines at this time, even with the assumption that he would have fled somewhere, but he didn't. He feels like he isn't guilty of anything, right? But now guidelines of IRL streaming are beginning to change. Let me just be very clear about this. IRL streaming guidelines. I'm going to be very, very clear about this. IRL streaming guidelines are have already begun to change in the Philippines starting May and June, because guidelines when it comes to privacy data processing has begun, and compliance should have already been adhered to starting August 9. Compliance. If you are an IRL streamer and there are complaints from other people that their privacies were being breached because of what you were doing, you have a problem. You have a very, very, very huge problem. Especially if you are not registered with the National Privacy with the National Privacy Commission. Search for number 2025-01 for the actual circular guidelines. In fact, I'm just going to bring it out just to make sure, so that you guys have an idea. All right, August 9. Okay, here we go. Guideline Effectivity Circular number 2025-01, which is titled Guidelines on the Processing of Personal Data Collected Using Body-Worn Camera, must be complied for IRL streamers. It must be complied to at August 9. But since August 10, a day after the compliance order from the guidelines, Mr. Christopher Sly Kane Dantes has streamed a stream going to 168 Binondo. Multiple persons have their faces filmed and not blurred. That is still excusable because it's a video on demand. But if people are going to start complaining about him, this is the time that you guys should file for complaints for the National Privacy Commission. And I am downloading these VODs, every single VOD that Sly Kane is involved with in regards to walking in public around the Philippines. From this point forward, from August 10, I have started to download VODs that incriminate him of walking in public places with using body-worn cameras. That's what I'm doing. To make absolutely sure that we as content creators are responsible for the privacies of the people around us. Because Vitaly Zdorvetsky has not only been irresponsible of the privacies of people, he had been abusive of their peace. He ruined the peace around multiple citizens in Taguig City, in Bonifacio Global City. That sparked the incident that forced the government to make enforceable guidelines. If these enforceable guidelines are being violated because of complaints from different people, there's going to be legal problems that Slycane is going to face. And so I am making that absolutely aware. Circular number 2025-01, with the title that I mentioned before, I am making it absolutely aware. Nuisance streamers are not welcome. IRL streamers who do not give consideration for the public are not welcome in the internet and should be complained against, should be brought forth to the National Privacy Commission and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law possible. That is exactly what we need to do when it comes to Christopher Slycane Dantes. We are starting to make changes in the Philippines in regards to inconsiderate IRL streaming, but we have got to act now. What is happening if we're going to let shit happen in the Philippines? The same incident that we're seeing in Korea, it's going to happen. There will be another Johnny Somali clone going around in the Philippines doing these shits. Basically, we've got to be absolutely aware of this. Okay? We've got to be absolutely aware of this. Right. We are resuming. Let's not have another Johnny Somali clone in the Philippines. Let Johnny Somali be, when convicted, an example of why nuisance streaming is not welcome.
What he does is because he has never received punishment for anything that he has done. And when I just spoke about is a fraction of the things that he's done. He is an absolute scumbag and needs to become some guy's girlfriend in prison. That's it. That's it. He obviously does not fucking care. He thinks he can do whatever the fuck he wants. So you know what? Let him become someone's girlfriend in prison. It'll get him out of all of our hair. And maybe it'll finally be the fucking wake-up call that you fuck around, you're gonna find out. He needs a serious find-out moment, and that's gonna be in prison.
Did any reaction to this, or was he confused, or how was the judge reacting to this?
The judge, as usual, is sort of above everything, above the fray, and was very calm and very patient with the process. But he's also the one who said, "No, you cannot block these witnesses, and no, you cannot extend your, interview time with them."
Right.
Cross-examination.
Wow. Do you have any other overall thoughts on this trial?
That was crazy. That was just insane.
And
just all this stuff, there's so much stuff that's just unprecedented. It's stuff you just don't do.
Okay, yeah, so this is just an absolutely non-normal
This
problem.
is like, it's almost like Monty Python.
Really? Okay, so it is just a full-on clown fest.
It's a clown fest.
Okay.
It's absolutely a clown fest.
If you were going to give a prediction of how the prosecution was and from previous cases you've seen in Korea, what do you think the most likely sentence that you will get from all this is?
No, they will not. South Korea will not. They might, the only thing South Korean court system might do in relation to the other countries where he has been and also caused chaos is maybe, and I highly doubt this will happen. But they might contact the countries to basically speak the other countries and ask them what he did in their countries and basically factor that into sentencing. But they're not going to do it. They can't do additional charges. They can't do additional charges. And honestly, I don't think that they're going to even contact the other countries and ask what he did there to factor them into his crimes in South Korea, because those are completely different countries and would have no bearing it wouldn't really have any bearing on the charges in South Korea. Realistically speaking, so I honestly don't think that they're going to even contact the other countries. They're going to focus solely on what was done in South Korea, and that's it. That's all they're going to focus on.
At this point, I think the prosecutor is going to say something like 4 or 5 years. Maybe.
Wow. Okay.
Because of Johnny's insistence.
Yeah.
And because of his insincerity with his guilty pleas.
Yeah. And now, I mean, finally, he's locked in, but it also seems like it's kind of too late to start acting like he's actually sorry. Because
Too
he
late
didn't actually
a while
act like
ago.
he was sorry today. He was just being respectful. He was being a normal person today, from what I saw. And that's really it. Yeah, the bar is really set low. But hey,
The bar is subterranean.
but yeah, I think that's all for now. I'll be making a full video soon. What would you say?
Hank was fine. Johnny's behavior was fine.
Yeah.
Lawyer, just feel bad for that guy.
But that's it. Thank you guys for the support, and I'll see you guys when I make a full long-form video on this. I'll see you next one. Peace, guys.
Okay, so the new update. Johnny now has 6. He's pled guilty to 6 charges in total. He had 2 from the last time, the minor crimes one. He had 2 from that one, and now he has pled guilty to 4 more. So we have 6 guilty pleas. And then I guess that leaves the deepfake charges, I guess. And God only knows when that's going to happen, so... Yeah, Johnny's fucked. He's fucked.
Khalid Ismail, aka Johnny Somali, had a disastrous day in court today where pretty much everything that could go wrong went wrong. There were some surprises, some twists, and we had some updates after my coverage to bring you today. Some extra information, some extra, a little extra spice to make it even worse. And of course, we're going to cover this all on the legal mindset we teach to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney who's been covering the Somali Ramzi Khalid Ismail saga, the criminal saga in Korea from beginning to end. And boy, we were waiting for this trial date for months, and it did not disappoint. This was the most crazy, dramatic day to date, and also the longest to date, at clocking in at a little over 25, 26 minutes, which compared to last hearings, which only lasted, 10, 5, 15 minutes, was actually a lot. And there were a ton of legal mistakes, blunders, admissions, confessions, things that absolutely turned this case against Ramzi Khalid Ismail and make it look really, really bad. Of course, this is the fast facts version, getting the quick and dirty version. If you guys like this, please let me know in the comments below, and make sure you leave a comment and like the video. All right, so let's get into the PowerPoint, because of course I have one. This is the recap of the trial today, August 13th, 2025. Now, pre-trial, this is in Seoul, South Korea, same courtroom, same place. It was a rainy day. The courtroom was packed. This Korean media was there. The Somali conviction team was there. Hank was there. There was also a Kick streamer there to watch it as well. Of course, nobody allowed to do video or audio from the courtroom. However, we did give you live play-by-plays because there are ways to do that. Ramzi Somali was late by a few minutes. When Ramzi's lawyer went to find him, so Hank went out to find him, Ramzi's lawyer went out to find him. Eventually, they did find him. When he came in, he was dressed in a suit. He had a nice buzz cut. You're going to see photos of him later, but he looked gaunt. He looked thin. He had deep circles around his eyes. It was described that his deep circles had circles. He also was resigned. He did not make faces. He didn't look around at the crowd. He didn't stick out his tongue like he did in previous engagements, previous court dates. So he had a huge attitude shift going forward into this date. There was also a new interpreter sworn in. Last time there were interpreting issues, we had a new one, and the reviews from everybody, including people who spoke Korean and were doing translating for the Somali conviction team, was this translator was excellent. Not just good, excellent, perfect, 10 out of 10, great interpreter, which was amazing. So let's talk about, first of all, the first thing that came up was did Hank lie? Now, Hank, in an interview recently with K-Town Social Club, said that Ramsey is no longer living with him. And Ramsey gave Hank's address in court. So either Hank was lying on the interview or it's contempt of court. It's contempt of court. That's an additional crime that he's committing there. Or Hank is lying. I'm not going to say which way it is. You guys can kind of make up your mind. Most people seem to think it's probably a lie to throw them off the trail, but who knows? We don't really know. Hank also appeared to be distancing himself from Somali in a recent interview, but he sat in the front row. He went to find Ramsey, and he escorted him home with the lawyer in a cab. So he essentially was right there winging him the entire time. And right now we're going to get into the next part, which was a disaster, which was Ramsey's lawyer. Now, this is not to say he's incompetent or there's anything in terms of skill. Once again, as a lawyer, even if you're an amazing lawyer, you can be handed a bad case. The other thing that's going on here is if the client tells you to argue something, you kind of have to argue it, even if you don't want to. So if the client says, hey, I want to plead not guilty, but you don't really have any evidence, you don't have any backup, the argument really doesn't work, well, you have to go with that. And even a really good lawyer, even an amazing lawyer, can kind of be put in a bad place. And I kind of feel bad for Ramsey's attorney, because it's very clear that Johnny and his fools on Discord, etc., are feeding these arguments in that just do not work in court. They're not Korean lawyers. They don't know Korean law. Johnny's not a Korean lawyer, but he's trying to force these arguments that just don't work in the Korean system, and it led to a lot of losses today. Loss after loss after loss. There was not a single win, even procedurally, even small victories for the Somali team. So let's talk about that. So right off the bat, the first thing in the hearing was the judge asked Ramsey's lawyer for any specific evidence on the crimes Ramsey pled not guilty to. So specifically the deepfakes. We're talking about the deepfakes for which he pled not guilty. So the judge says, hey, what evidence do you have? And the lawyer was completely flustered by this. He could not answer. He said, hey, we submitted that to the court, so you should have that, right? But he couldn't, when pressed, give any of the information, any defense at all. He couldn't remember any specifics. That's not good. Now, what may have happened here is Johnny may have had this packet of information, perhaps the dossier prepared by his Discord, which was submitted to the judge or submitted to the court. However, didn't really memorize that, didn't really go through it. Maybe he's busy, maybe he didn't have time, maybe he didn't understand it. Who knows? We don't know what's going on. But that was a very bad look and did not look good in court. Beyond that, Ramsey's lawyer tried to complain about late notice and procedure, and he tried to kind of make it sound like the prosecution was doing something bad or untoward or unofficial or breaking the rules. And now the prosecutor, and I have been in this courtroom, I've seen the prosecutor. The prosecutor looks like a very nice, mild-mannered, calm guy. I watched him an entire day in court cases. I sat in another day and watched like 6-7 trials. This guy never was aggressive. He never got angry, was very calm and collected, very professional. But all the reports from the courtroom today, and I went over several after the stream, I asked several sources, I said, hey, was this what happened? And they said, yes. He aggressively countered Ramsey's lawyer in a way in which is not typical for a prosecutor to normally do. Pretty much, Ramsey's lawyer was saying, hey, you're doing something wrong. And the prosecutor got up and said, oh, hell no. And excuse my language, or I'll put some in the swear jar, but said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. All notice we gave was proper. Everything was legal. We followed the procedure. And the judge quickly stepped in and took the side of the prosecutor, not Ramsey's lawyer, overruled Ramsey's lawyer and said verbatim, this is not an issue, move on. So absolute procedural L, massive procedural L for Ramsey's lawyer. Going beyond that, there was a new charge, the charge of the additional obstruction. That's once again, the fourth charge, the fourth obstruction charge that was coming up. It was revealed that this new charge, was for conduct on 2 Seoul buses on September 27, 2024. Now, this was for, they stated stuff like playing loud music in TTS and playing North Korean propaganda. Now, mind you, he is not charged under the terrorism statute, under the terrorism law. He's still charged under obstruction of business. So it doesn't change the nature and make him guilty of terrorism. However, it does conclude that they were factoring in the fact that he was playing North Korean propaganda. They know, and they were listening to that. It says that disturbed the passengers, it disrupted operations, and ultimately for a obstruction of business, if you disturb normal operations of business, you are guilty. So therefore, Ramsey knew he was dead to rights on this and pled guilty to this new obstruction charge. So once again, another guilty in the bucket. Now we're going to talk about the other things that he pled guilty to. So previously, Ramsey had pled not guilty to the Lotte World charge. That is going into Lotte World, causing a scene, disrupting the ride, causing the ride to close. So we had a huge surprise today. We thought the witness for today was going to be Bong Bong. Everybody thought that, myself included. And you know what? I was wrong. Look at that. I'm admitting I was wrong here. It was actually the witness that was a staff woman from Lotte World, who repeatedly told Ramsey not to film. She was actually quite disturbed by the fact that he would not stop filming, and you could see that in the video, in the original video. I've reviewed that video. I'm not going to show her because I don't want to put her face out there and make it, put any pressure on her or anything else. But you can see in her face that she was not happy about it, and she showed up. And Ramsey changed his plea to guilty on the Lotte World charge. He may have been gambling that the Lotte World witness would no-show and say, okay, if the witness no-shows, then okay, we can go with not guilty because she's going to no-show and not be there. However, she showed up and was highly motivated to be there. So big shout out to Lotte World, big shout out for filing this charge. This is one that a lot of members of the SCT, my team, worked really, really hard to see if we can get press, to see if we can get in there. And big shout out to the people that helped out, especially people like Bang TV and the others in Korea that really helped press this charge. So because he changed his plea from guilty to not guilty, he now has 6 confirmed guilty charges, 4 obstruction of business and 2 minor crimes act. So he is a confirmed repeat offender, repeat criminal with all of these. And once again, each charge stacks up the amount of time he can be in jail. At this point, the maximum is 12 years. However, even the default, even the standard punishment would be over 4 years in jail. Even if they don't give him the aggravated maximum of 12 years, the standard, the non-aggravated, is 4 years and some change in terms of months. So even not counting the deepfakes, this is very, very serious. Now, one important thing is Ramsey's lawyer seems to think obstruction and all this is a joke. He actually was scoffing and laughing, etc., when they were talking about obstruction. Like, oh, it's not a big deal. This is a big deal, and people have gone to jail for years in Korea for this. Absolutely. So now we have it here, like we said, 4 guilty for the obstruction of business, guilty on the Minor Crimes Act, and not guilty on the deepfake. These are his pleas. Of course, he's going to have to fight this at the next trial, and I do believe there's sufficient evidence to find him guilty on the deepfake counts. We're going to talk about that next. But now we know the 4th count is for the bus North Korean propaganda, the loud music, so we know what's going on here. So he's kind of got 2 obstructions for the bus, one for Lotte World and one for 7-Eleven. This is not just about a cup of noodles, folks. This is much more than a cup of noodles. Going on, let's talk about the deepfakes. And the deepfake is the crime that Johnny Somali fears the most. He's scared to death because this is one that absolutely carries prison time right off the bat. The statute will not allow for fines. It's straight to prison, no other option. Now, the deepfake was a disaster for Johnny's defense. They pretty much confessed. Let's talk about this. So Ramsey's lawyer argued that Ramsey doesn't know how to make a deepfake, that he is incompetent to make a deepfake, which, look, we all know that's BS. It takes 2 seconds to make a deepfake. There's AI, there's other mechanisms. Anybody can make a deepfake, and Ramsey is certainly capable of it. But beyond that, that's what the lawyer said makes him innocent. The lawyer said he didn't make it, so because he didn't make it, he's innocent. But the prosecutor immediately countered. Once again, getting up there, getting in their face, great job by the prosecution, amazing performance, said, so you deny making the deepfake, but you admit, you confess to distributing, which is publishing, the deepfake. Ramsey's lawyer said, well,
he's so
he
stupid.
Was drunk.
He's so
admits
stupid.
Distribution.
But denies production.
So saying he confessed.
He is so stupid.
But denies production.
It doesn't matter.
There is no,
you still distributed the thing.
Being drunk
it
or
doesn't
high
matter
or
if you
whatever
produced it
is
or not. You
not
still
a defense. It's
distributed
did
the
you
thing.
do it or not? There's no state of mind involved here. So being drunk is not at all going to mitigate this or make this better or make him not guilty. That is not going to work at all. But the bombshell admission is the admission of guilt as to production. It's not relevant. The only thing that's relevant is that Ramsey distributed or published it, meaning whether or not Ramsey made it is irrelevant. And just to prove that, let's look at the statute here. Now, I know this language is small. This is the full statute. I want you guys to know he's really going to be hit under number 3 or number 4 here, but you have to read number 2, because number 3 here under the distribution of false video products, the deepfake law, Article 14.2, Article 3 here says a person who commits a crime under paragraph 2 by means and information of communication networks against the will of the subject, Bong Bong and Youngman, and making profits, he was streaming and making money, shall be punished by imprisonment with labor for not more than 7 years. It also says somebody who habitually commits this can have it aggravated. So that's a big one as well. So he's going to be charged under 3 or 4 here, but this one, he obviously made profit, and we got to read paragraph 2 to find out, okay, what does it describe the crime as? Well, what's the crime? Does it say a person who makes a deepfake? No, it actually doesn't say that, although it does have in another statute, in number 1, a person who edits it, synthesizes, or process. But number 2, it says a person who has published. The only thing that's important to the crime is that he put it on screen. And because he has now confessed, he put it on screen, in the eyes of the judge and the prosecutor, it's done. It's a shut case. It's over, baby. He's just admitted to it. Now, he's entitled to his right to fight back. He can question the witnesses. And we're going to talk about the witnesses in a second, because that was a whole other loss for Somali. But at this point, we have him dead to rights on this crime, which is what I predicted and I've been saying for the past almost year when I've been talking about the deepfake crime, saying, hey, look, it doesn't matter what his excuses are. It doesn't matter who Bong Bong is or Youngman is or whether they're bad people. Youngman, one of the streamers who is the cause for one of the deepfakes, is in jail right now. So clearly he's done some bad things, but that doesn't matter. All that matters is Johnny published a deepfake of Youngman and Johnny published a deepfake of Bong Bong.
Yep.
That's it. That's all. So let's continue here. There was a huge loss, once again, another disaster regarding the witnesses. So Ramsey's lawyer was fighting tooth and nail not to allow the deepfake witnesses. He did not want those deepfake witnesses to come in. That would have been disastrous for him in his mind. Well, the prosecution argued that since Ramsey admits distribution but denies production, the witnesses have to be allowed. They must be allowed for arguing back about the production. And the judge sided immediately with the prosecution and allowed the witnesses. Said, no. If you're still fighting this, if you're still pleading not guilty, we're going to allow the witnesses. Now, Ramsey's lawyer went beyond that. So once again, another overrule trying to get rid of him. Now Ramsey's lawyer said, okay, I want extended cross-examination. Instead of the standard 15-minute cross-examination of each witness, I want 25 minutes. The judge denied Ramsey's request. Guys, this is massive. In Korean procedure, in discussing this with lawyers and people experienced with the process, this almost never happens. Typically, if they request this, they give it. This is the judge telling Ramsey to cope and seethe. It's saying, we don't think your defense has enough.
Yeah,
it's not worth it
true.
to give you 25 minutes. It's not going to prove anything. So all that dossier, all the other stuff, whatever else you think is relevant, that's really not worth 25. You've got 15 minutes for each witness, 15 minutes for Bong Bong, 15 minutes for Youngman, so 30 minutes total.
Basically,
it'll probably go, about an hour maybe-ish next trial, and that's all you've got. Ramsey's lawyer just has 15 minutes, and we'll see what he does with those 15 minutes. It probably is going to be pretty crazy. So we had a little action outside the court. Here's Ramsey leaving the court with his buzz cut, his new buzz cut, the suit. You see him there with Hank there. Definitely a different look today. So Ramsey quickly left with Hank and his lawyer. They did not interact with media or streamers. They avoided a kick streamer, Paul Risen, who attempted to interview them. And the streamer appeared to be anti-Somali generally, so maybe Somali knew that. But what I'm saying is he wasn't interacting. In the past,
he is a definite loser. He is a definite loser. Not only did it show it, but it is without a doubt a reality, bro. It is without a doubt a reality. Oh my god. I don't feel sorry for the guy. I do not feel sorry for the guy.
He was cursing at people. He was taking interviews. He was saying stuff. And he was smiling, smirking. Now he quickly ran to get in the cab. He wants nothing to do with the media. It reflects that I think he realizes this is serious and he's about to find out. He realized this was absolutely a massive loss for him today. The other news is the next trial is October 29th, same courthouse, 2 p.m. So right before Halloween, we're going to have a spooky surprise for Somali. And the deepfake witnesses will be called next time, Bong Bong and Youngman. So they will be called
Bong Bong
to
and
testify
Youngman
on October 29th.
they're going to be called in.
So we thought they were going to come today. Bong Bong was going to come today. It's no. So
But considering that the deepfake witness, the deepfake thing, he still pleaded not guilty to, then the court confirms
Ramsey's
they will be
lawyer
called.
tries to question them. I want to know what you guys think about this. How percentage
Johnny is fucked.
is Ramsey? And I'll catch you on the next one.
Are you guys enjoying the stream today?
Oh yeah, there's Roblox.
Roblox is facing massive liability and huge legal trouble in a swarm of litigation, particularly as Louisiana hits it with what may be a killer lawsuit and may be copied by states and even countries around the world. We're going to get into that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, an American attorney, and of course, this is a Fast Facts video, the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news. If you like the Fast Facts, make sure to like and comment on the video below. Now, today's topic is Louisiana versus Roblox, and we're going to focus on that and give you a little background here. We've got, of course, the intro PowerPoint and the pelican feeding its children its own blood. Very interesting flag Louisiana there because this is under Louisiana law. Now, I try to be entertaining whenever I can, but today's topic is a somber topic. It is a serious topic. So please be respectful in the comments. And if you're watching this as a premiere with a live chat, make sure you're respectful in the chat as well. Because once again, this is a very serious topic. This is something that very many people are sensitive to and have bad experiences with. We're going to be talking about child predation, which is a very, very sensitive topic. So please approach that with some sensitivity and some care for other human beings here. And today, of course, I'm going to be a little bit more serious on this one. So Roblox is a popular game amongst children and teens, and it has been promoted as, even by the company, the #1 game for children and teens. And mainstream media, as you see here, has backed this up for the last couple of years, even going back to the COVID era. It's been something that has been widely promoted for children. Now, there's been a problem, and one of the problems is that certain people within the game have been going after minors, have been targeting minors specifically, and that's a problem. So, seeing that problem, some YouTubers and some people out there, content creators, other people, individuals, right, vigilante groups, have gone out and dedicated themselves to finding these individuals and turning them over to law enforcement. One of those channels, this is just an example of one person, is Schlep. And Schlep went out there and went after people and got a lot of people in trouble. You can see here a number of people, predator, caught, predator. I mean, this guy was pretty dedicated to coming after people. But as you see here, Roblox is threatening to sue me for protecting kids. Not only did they ban this guy from the game, but they threatened to sue him for actually going out and turning over predators to law enforcement. Absolutely insane stuff. Now, we'll get into the response. This response was really crazy. So when people pushed back and said, well, why are you doing this? Why are you banning these vigilante groups? Why are you banning people like Schlep? Well, it turns out what they were concerned about is the privacy of the predators, saying due to privacy considerations, we can't talk about this. Well, why are we so concerned with people that have been confirmed arrested by law enforcement, many of which have been already adjudicated and been locked up? Now, I understand the principle of innocent until proven guilty. However, there's a substantial amount of evidence here. And for a person like Schlep, who goes out here and finds these predators, the risk is on him. Because if Schlep goes out and calls somebody a predator and does not have sufficient proof of that, he can be very guilty of defamation and super liable for going out and calling people that. I think it's something that people take a massive risk. If you go out and label something as that, that's a criminal label. If you're labeling someone as a criminal, you need to be damn well certain, and this is worth cursing for, you need to be very certain that they're actually that. So they've gone out and done that research. They've gotten the evidence. They've gotten the Carfax. They've turned them over to law enforcement. Many of them have been arrested. But we're still concerned about the privacy of predators. And beyond that, what they ask is, and the response was, what people should do is report it immediately to the standard channels. Well, as you're going to see, the standard channels failed. And once again, this is the response of Roblox. Reported to the standard channels. The standard channels aren't working. Minors are being preyed upon in your game. Whatever you have there is not sufficient to stop the harm. So this was not taken well at all. And now Roblox is facing dozens. You'd even say hundreds. You got over a case filed in California, adds more than 300 lawsuits accusing the gaming giant of ignoring warnings about exploitative content failing to protect children. And that's just one single federal case. Now we have the state of Louisiana coming in, and this is massive because this is a state leveraging its power. And when you get this sort of power, it has the power to change Roblox altogether. And while Louisiana may be the first to sue, I'm very certain they won't be the last. I'm very certain other states will follow suit because they are also going to want to protect the interests of minors. That is in the fundamental interest of most states and even most countries around the world. So let's get into the facts of this case. So Louisiana filed this case August 14th with the state attorney general. Other states are highly likely to follow because they're suing under Deceptive and Fair Trade Practices Act, as well as negligence, public nuisance, and unfair enrichment. Now, if you've been paying attention on my channel, if you've been awake and watching my channel on other things, just talking about Twitch, talking about other platforms, I have talked about deceptive and unfair trade practices as being one of the massive regulatory hammers that a lot of companies are just asking to get hit with. So you really need to ask yourself, not just in the case of Roblox, but what other companies are failing to provide warnings, are failing to provide significant safety measures. This is something that does not just apply to Roblox, but can apply broadly across the board. And a lot of digital businesses have gotten away for years with thinking that they can just do whatever they want because it's online, right? We have protection, it's online. Well, no, you do not have protections from these sort of liabilities, these sort of regulations. You are not immune from your duty to protect minors. Law enforcement, in fact, Louisiana law enforcement arrested a predator in Livingston Parish, Louisiana, who was using Roblox with a female voice changer to lure in minors, lure them off platform to other,
Really? $7.9 US decline on Roblox's stock since the Schlep ban? Really? Roblox, you got no heart. You better tell your investors what the hell is really going on. If investors are not informed of the safety of children being compromised with your, oh my God, you're not doing your investors a favor here.
Snapchat, etc. So there are tangible people being harmed. There are real people being harmed. This is not a theoretical thing. So let's get into the key accusations. The key accusations are that Roblox knowingly enabled and facilitated the systematic sexual exploitation of children across the United States. Systematic. That means broadly. And that they permitted and perpetuated an online environment in which children predators thrive, directly contributing to the widespread victimization of minor children. That's deep. They deliberately failed to implement effective safety measures and failed to warn parents. So all of this goes back to deceptive and unfair trade practices. They marketed themselves as safe for kids, but in fact, they were quite the opposite. Kids were pretty much open season on Roblox. So you can see here the procedure. This is a state case because it's arising under state law, Louisiana law. Every state has Deceptive and Unfair Trade Practices Act with slight variations. Roblox is a California-based business, but they do business in Louisiana, so jurisdiction and venue in Louisiana is proper. It is unlikely to be removed to a federal case unilaterally, meaning if Roblox tries, it's probably not going to work. Now, if several states bring these claims, it might be possible for these states to join and do a federal claim or something else like that. A federal claim might be able to come out of this, but just at this point, this will be in Louisiana. Let's talk about the facts. Roblox has 6.5 million experiences. Mind that word experiences. That's kind of a single environment in which Roblox completely controls. They're free, easy to access, and designed for kids. The app comparison, and they use this in the complaint, which I've read the entirety of, all 42 pages of it, to a digital playground. So Roblox is very comparable to a digital playground because there's no age minimum and it is targeted for kids. In fact, of the 82.9 million daily active users, 20% are under 9 years old, and the majority, 56%, are under 16 years old. So this is a children's platform. This is a teen and children platform, definitely minors here by the vast majority. The sign up is a big issue. See here, the sign up is a self-verified birthday, username, password. So it's very easy, very simple to bypass this. Self-reporting birthdays are the weakest of security measures. They're in fact a non-security measure because, as we all know, you can put whatever your birthday is in the past. In fact, I can say I've signed up for email addresses with a different birthday, right? When I'm just too lazy, I want to fill it in and I know they're not going to check, right? Everybody's done that at some point in their history, right? It's not necessarily criminal, right? However, what it does is it intentionally or recklessly allows fake birthdays, and knowing there's minors on here and there's certain content that is screened by age, it's allowing people that are older to put in that fake birthday and get into those things that should be screened for minors. Roblox has access to biometric age verification but does not utilize it. Until 2024, the default settings turned off parental controls and let adults DM, direct message, private message kids. And now adults, this has been changed, but adults can still message kids within experiences. So you can have adults talking to children openly. The in-game currency is called Robux and can be exchanged for avatars. Minors are often obsessed with the items for avatars, and thus predators use this mechanism to lure in children with rare items. It's created the mantra, which they talk about anything for Robux. The further facts say Roblox claims to have a zero tolerance
We should have
for swearing,
zero
obscenities,
interaction or
of a
transactions
sexual
with
violent
Roblox.
nature and any sort of
At this
aggressive threatening
point, they should be
communication.
cooked.
They also state that offenders will be immediately or permanently suspended. However, this is not the case. We have screenshots of literal abuse, literal language that is horrible, disgusting in the complaint, and that's just allowed. These people are not banned. They're just running around in Roblox. And you can see here some experiences. Of course, we have Escape to Epstein Island. And no, it's not rated 17 plus or even 13 plus or 9 plus. It's rated for all ages. Escape to Epstein Island. This shows there's absolutely no due diligence here. You've got Diddy parties all over the place. Nice try, Diddy. Escape the freaky party. Diddy simulator. Road to Diddy's Diddy party.
This is absolutely disgusting. Oh my god. Oh my god, Roblox. What the fuck is this? What is this? There's literally a game called Escape to Epstein Island, bro! Are you serious, bro?
Party, freaky Diddy simulator, all this sort of stuff going on in Roblox. No checks, no balances. The facts are these experiences are problematic. There's sexual simulation experiences, Escape to Epstein Island, Diddy simulator, Diddy party, public bathroom simulator, and various racial hate simulators, which once again, all of these have no place with children. No place. Zero place. The public relation campaigns that they're running, that the company themselves are running, they're using these organizations to influence narrative that Roblox is safe and deceptive, but these groups, these safety groups, have conflicts of interest. The board members of Roblox serve on the safety organizations. This harkens back to like the financial crisis, the GFC, where we had the credit bureaus and the mortgage lending agencies kind of working hand in hand, right, to just rate these bad tranches of mortgages as good mortgages. It harkens back to that, and it just shows, like, once again, how these watchdog agencies can often be co-opted by the same industries they're supposed to regulate. The causes of action are three. The Unfair Practices Act, which essentially looks at the inadequate safety and failure to notify of predators, which is deceptive, unfair, unscrupulous, and oppressive. I think this is the strongest one and has the best case of applying. But in the alternative, even if they don't prevail on this, they've got two more as backup, and these two are strong. The first is negligence of public nuisance, saying effectively inadequate safety and failure to provide notice was negligent and public nuisance. This is similar to a playground or a pool that's unguarded or unwatched, and you just have people die in there, people be having problems that are just openly dangerous, right? So this is very established as a digital playground. The public nuisance would definitely be applicable. Beyond that, in the alternative, they also have unjust enrichment, meaning they knowingly sold Roblox in a manner that was unfair, unconscionable, and oppressive, which, once again, all these three are sterling. I think they can get it on number one, but they may get it on number two as well. And in the alternative, they've got number three. So what are they asking them to do? Number one, they're asking Roblox to stop violating the law, which would effectively demand a pause, a shutdown, massive update for Roblox, once again, which would disrupt their business. Second, they want Roblox to stop saying it's safe. So they would have to go back through their platform and say, no, we're not actually safe. They would remove all references to Roblox is safe and discontinue any public relations campaign that they're safe, which once again will be devastating for their audience. I mean, parents will pull out, businesses will pull out, advertisers, sponsors, collaborators. This is massive. And
okay, I actually checked around, and okay, Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill filed a lawsuit on August 14, 2025, alleging that Roblox failed to protect children from predators and prioritize growth and profits over safety. Roblox denied the claims, just like how they denied the allegations from Schlepp, who actually helped get child predators arrested by the cops. Something that Roblox did not do themselves. And they had the nerve to ban someone who was doing it for them. So they are protecting child predators instead of children. That's how shitty Roblox is right now. The company, Roblox Corporation, highlighted ongoing efforts to bolster child safety through AI tools, text chat filters. It's not working. Explain. The child predator is getting arrested by other means other than your intervention, bro. Explain that you have these tools, but they're not working. Are you serious, Roblox? You say you have tools to actually help protect children, but are these tools working? No, they're not remotely working. It takes one player, one YouTuber, to actually get child predators arrested, and you ban him for violating your terms of service? You fail to protect children from predators regardless of the tools that you have. So no, these tools are not working. They don't work the way you expect them to, and they're bypassing these tools. They're bypassing these security protections. You think that they're working? They're not working. When will you get that through your head, Roblox Corporation? When? I would definitely say you won't.
Beyond that, they've got money, so restitution in Louisiana, they've got attorney's fees, etc. Also civil penalties and additional damages, right? So a lot of money that could come out of Roblox, in addition to having to pretty much completely rebrand themselves as an unsafe brand. I'm going to be keeping an eye on this one because this one is important, it's valuable. I want you guys to let me know what you think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next one.
The Philippines is abandoning China's Belt and Road Initiative, canceling billions in promised projects despite desperate infrastructure needs. Why? The answer is rooted in a high-stakes contest between the United States, China, and Japan, with the Philippines positioned at the center. Despite an international tribunal in The Hague invalidating China's sweeping maritime claims near the Philippines, Beijing continues to expand its presence. Can this nation hold its ground in a power struggle on the high seas? And at what cost? $5 trillion in global trade flows past the Philippines through the South China Sea every year. That's why three superpowers are fighting over 7,600 scattered islands. Look at a map. Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines form a 2,000-mile barrier between China and the open ocean. Military strategists call it the first island chain. China calls it a cage. The Luzon Strait is 160 miles wide. Every Chinese submarine headed to the Pacific has to squeeze through this gap. Every American carrier rushing to defend Taiwan does too. Whoever controls this choke point controls Asia's sea lanes. If Manila aligns with the United States and other regional partners, it can effectively limit Chinese naval movement, making it harder for Beijing to supply its forces or respond quickly in a crisis.
We need the Chinese booted out, so I'd rather go US, unfortunately. The times call for it. The Chinese are actually abusing their territorial claims to the point that they want to extend their territorial claims to legitimate areas that the Philippines covers. But now China does not accept what the world thinks.
Especially one involving Taiwan. But beneath these same waters lie trillions of cubic feet of natural gas. Above them, millions of Filipino fishermen are trying to make a living. And China wants both. Under the United Nations, every country claims a 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone from their shores. But China has not bought into these boundaries. To cement their presence, China constructed and militarized artificial islands on disputed reefs, with satellite images showing dozens of anti-ship and anti-air missile sites on 7 reclaimed features. These outposts bristle with radar, airstrips, and missile batteries, sending a clear message about Beijing's willingness to enforce its claims by force if necessary. For the Philippines, this militarization is a direct threat to its sovereignty. The Scarborough Shoal, just 120 miles from Luzon, was once a vital fishing ground for Filipinos, but the shoal fell under Chinese control after a 2012 standoff. The Philippines is now fighting to retain its outlying islands and shoals from Chinese control. Recently, they've been defending the Second Thomas Shoal, a submerged reef located.
We need nukes to drop on the artificial islands. Honestly. We need nukes to be dropped on the Chinese artificial islands. This is no longer becoming acceptable. This is no longer acceptable. No longer acceptable. It's been a decade past since.
Located in the Spratly Islands. The Philippine outpost on Second Thomas Shoal is the BRP Sierra Madre, a Philippine naval transport ship intentionally grounded on the reef and maintained by a contingent of Marines. The Marines are regularly resupplied while on the shoal, but those resupply boats are consistently harassed by Chinese naval vessels in the area. America watches from the sidelines. U.S. warships observe these confrontations, but won't fire first. Diplomatic protests, stern warnings, freedom of navigation patrols, everything except actually stopping China. But every Chinese water cannon, every blocked supply run, every harassed Filipino fisherman pushes Manila deeper into Washington's arms. China's strategy is backfiring spectacularly. Beijing wanted to peel the Philippines away from America through economic incentives and military pressure. Instead, it's creating the very encirclement that it fears. The Philippines has gone from a neutral trading partner to America's unsinkable aircraft carrier, all because China couldn't resist bullying fishermen. In 2023, America got permission to put missiles 1,500 miles from Beijing. The Philippines just handed the U.S. 9 military bases, more than any other country in the region. And this isn't your grandfather's Cold War bases. No permanent American soldiers, no colonial flags flying, but the missiles, those are very real. The 2014 Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement deal was brilliant. America gets the bases, the Philippines keep their sovereignty. The agreement initially covered 5 sites, including
And then
Basa Air Base
Rodrigo
in
Duterte ruined everything. Of course.
Pampanga and Antonio Batista Air Base in Palawan, both chosen for their strategic locations near potential flashpoints. Unlike the Cold War era installations, EDCA bases do not host permanent American garrisons. Instead, they enable joint training, pre-positioning of equipment, and rapid deployment in the event of a crisis. America is writing checks to $32 million to upgrade Basa Air Base, funded under the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. New runways, new storage, new command centers. The U.S. has deployed advanced systems to these sites, including the Typhoon mid-range missile platform, which can strike targets up to 1,500 miles away. This capability extends the reach of both U.S. and Philippine forces, making the archipelago a critical node in the broader Indo-Pacific security architecture. Every year, 17,000 troops practice war games, HIMAR rockets, Patriot missiles, amphibious invasions, and China can watch it all on satellite. The U.S. has also approved a $5.5 billion package of weapon sales to the Philippines, including F-16 fighter jets, AMRAAM air-to-air missiles, and precision-guided munitions. Lockheed Martin got even richer. At the same time, the U.S. is supporting the development of maritime domain awareness through projects like the upgrade of the Naval Detachment Oyster Bay, which will support unmanned surface vehicles and bolster the Philippines' ability to monitor contested waters. China's response: economic warfare. $18 billion. That's how much more the Philippines buys from China than it sells back. A 3-to-1 trade imbalance should give Beijing incredible leverage. So, why is Manila rejecting billions of dollars in Chinese infrastructure loans? The Philippines watched Sri Lanka hand over Hambantota Port to China on a 99-year lease after defaulting on its Belt and Road loans. That was less than enough. The Philippines imports a quarter of everything from China. Factory components, electronics, machinery, the stuff that keeps the economy running. When Beijing controls your supply chain and your trade deficit is tilted 3-to-1 in their favor, saying no to their infrastructure money should be economic suicide. Here's the problem. China wants the Philippines ports and wants to ram Filipino fishermen. You can't offer Belt and Road deals while your Coast Guard is playing bumper boats with Filipino supply ships. And every dust-up in the South China Sea makes Chinese loans more politically toxic. President Marcos Jr. has canceled billions in railway projects rather than risk debt traps. The Mindanao Railway, all shelved despite being initially approved under the Duterte administration.
Duterte was an idiot and he was a puppet for China. I'm glad that he's actually under ICC custody because he doesn't need to be brought out. He need to be brought out under his son ever again. And he's still breathing.
Contradiction is killing China's strategy. The Philippines desperately need this infrastructure. Their traffic jams are legendary, their bridges are crumbling, and their ports are overcrowded. Chinese money could fix a lot of it. Instead, Beijing's aggression in the South China Sea has made taking Chinese loans a sovereignty risk that no Filipino leader can afford. China's economic power should own the Philippines. Instead, its military bullying has pushed it into the arms of the Americans. While China offers debt and America offers protection, Japan offers independence. Guess which one a former colony loves most? Tokyo's $52 billion infrastructure program is about proving that the Philippines can modernize without selling its sovereignty.
True.
Every completed Japanese project is a middle finger to Beijing's development model. In 2023, Japan became the Philippines' top source of development
Holy
aid.
shit!
$2.8 billion.
So it's true!
China.
Japan!
40 million. And the gap will continue to widen. That same year, Japan signed its first ever military aid agreement with the Philippines. The official security assistance framework lets Tokyo directly supply weapons and equipment to Manila's military. First delivery, Mitsubishi's P-14ME radars. These aren't fishing boat detectors. They're military-grade systems that can track every Chinese vessel within 200 miles of Philippine shores. Japan is essentially giving the Philippines the eyes to see China coming. But the genius is in the packaging. When America deploys Typhoon missiles that scream military confrontation, Japan delivers disaster monitoring radars that happen to track warships perfectly. Same strategic effect, zero diplomatic blowback.
Oh, yes!
China's Belt and Road Initiative crumbles under corruption scandals and debt crises. Japan's quiet infrastructure revolution is transforming the Philippines into a modern, self-reliant ally. The result? Manila now sees Japan as its most reliable partner. In a region where everyone wants to own the Philippines, Japan figured out how to win by helping the Philippines own itself. Three superpowers offered three very different deals. China wanted to break out of the first island chain, and instead it created the very encirclement that it feared. Manila took American weapons, rejected Chinese loans, and embraced Japanese infrastructure. It's playing the great powers against each other while building the strength to stand alone, proving yet again that geography is destiny. Sitting at the crossroads of $5 trillion in annual trade and controlling the choke point between China and the Pacific Ocean means that the Philippines hold the key to Asia's maritime future. Thanks for watching.
I love this! This is from Aaron Watson with a video called Why the US and China Both Need the Philippines. I love this! Holy shit! This was published 10 days ago, but oh my god. Not only does the Philippines have one ally, it has another. Basically, this is just Marcos lifting up the middle finger to Beijing and saying, "We don't need your debt trap, bro." We don't need your debt trap, bro. Well done. Well freaking done. We need to make absolutely sure that we don't change it. We do not change this, because China will keep bullying fishermen. Will keep bullying supply ships. China keeps violating the international territorial borders. All they're just doing is giving themselves shots in the head, bro. Honestly.
Here's the top stories for August 15th. The Philippines has no responsibility for the Chinese vessel's collision, according to the Department of Foreign Affairs. The Armed Forces of the Philippines Modernization Program gets 40 billion pesos in the 2026 national budget. The Petito-Ngan brothers filed cases against the former Criminal Investigation and Detection Group chief. The Habagat and Easterlies to prevail over the Philippines from August 15th to 22nd. Firefighters are making progress against a fast-moving blaze along a highway north of Los Angeles. The Philippines has no responsibility over the collision of two Chinese vessels in Bajo de Masinloc while chasing Philippine Coast Guard vessel BRP Sulawan, the Department of Foreign Affairs said. Foreign Affairs Secretary Maria Teresa Lazaro stressed that the incident between China Coast Guard vessel 3104 and People's Liberation Army Navy ship 164 was not caused by the Philippines' side actions. The Philippines bears no responsibility for the collision between the planned vessel and the CCG vessel in Bajo de Masinloc, Lazaro said on Friday, August 15th. It was an unfortunate outcome, but not one caused by our actions, Lazaro added. Chinese maritime expert Yang Xiao said that the Philippines should pay for the damages caused in the collision, claiming that the Philippines ship provoked and caused the incident at sea.
The Chinese Navy and the Coast Guard, they're so delusional. They keep taking many L's. They won't even. They won't even accept this reality that's right in front of them, bro.
Forces of the Philippines welcomed on Thursday, August 14th, the allocation of 40 billion pesos for its revised modernization program under the proposed 2026 national budget. In a statement, the AFP said the allocation was a clear statement of our nation's resolve to protect its sovereignty amid escalating geopolitical tensions, particularly in the West Philippine Sea. Building on the strong support provided in recent years, this funding will accelerate the implementation of the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept, enabling the AFP to strengthen capabilities on land, sea, air, and cyberspace, the AFP said. The Department of Budget and Management presented the proposed fiscal year 2026 National Expenditure Program amounting to 6.793 trillion pesos to President Marcos Jr. last Tuesday. It was then turned over to Congress the day after for deliberation. Under the 2026 national budget, the defense sector will receive 430,870 million pesos, which reflects a 51,998 peso increase from the 2025 budget of 378,890 million pesos. The two brothers of missing Sabongeros whistleblower Julie Patidongan filed on Thursday, August 14th, administrative charges against a police general who worked to arrest the two siblings abroad and bring them back to the country. The cases of misconduct, dishonesty, conduct unbecoming of a police officer were filed before the National Police Commission against Police Brigadier General Romeo Macapaz. Aside from Macapaz, who was the head of the Criminal Investigation and Detection Group when brothers Elakim and Jose Patidongan were collared, also charged were Police Lieutenant Colonel Rosel Encarnacion and lawyer Jairus Vincent Consina. The group of Macapaz of taking the SIM cards and memory cards of the cell phones of his two brothers to have containing essential information on missing Sabongeros case. In a press briefing at Napolcom, Patidongan claimed that the group of Macapaz was asking the families of missing Sabongeros to implicate him as the mastermind in the abduction, instead of businessman Charlie Arongang. The Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services Administration said the southwest monsoon, or habagat, and easterly winds will be the dominant weather systems affecting the country from August 15th to 22nd, based on the latest weather outlook. From August 15 to 16, Pagasa said the habagat is expected to bring cloudy skies with scattered rains and thunderstorms over Metro Manila, Central Luzon, Calabarzon, Mimaropa, Bicol region, Visayas, and the western section of Mindanao. Meanwhile, the rest of the country will experience partly cloudy to cloudy skies with isolated rain showers or thunderstorms. Between August 17th and 20th, the easterlies or warm winds from the Pacific Ocean will bring partly cloudy to cloudy skies with isolated rain showers or thunderstorms across the entire archipelago. Pagasa said the habagat will return on August 21st to 22nd and bring cloudy skies and scattered rains over southern Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Firefighters with air support scrambled to control a wind-driven wildfire that erupted Thursday morning in hills along Interstate 5 in northwestern Los Angeles County, officials said. The King Fire, which broke out around 1 a.m., charred nearly a square mile of tinder-dry brush in a lightly populated area, about 60 miles north of downtown LA. An RV park was ordered to shelter in place, and residents of remote homes were under evacuation warnings. The blaze was 40% contained as of the evening, the Angeles National Forest reported on the social platform X. The California Highway Patrol closed some highway lanes as crews battled flames that raced along hillsides before dawn. Off and on ramps were closed near Smoky Bear Road, along with several surrounding roads just north of Pyramid Lake in a mountainous area known for hiking and boating. Stay updated with the latest news. Visit our website at www.mb.com.ph or follow us on social media. Thanks for tuning in to the Manila Bulletin Daily Rundown.
Amas. Hamas. Io non credo che la gente abbia idea e contezza di che cosa sia Hamas, perché Hamas è una forza politica che ha vinto le elezioni nel 2005, che ci piaccia o no. Quelle sono state definite le elezioni più democratiche elezioni. Hamas ha messo insieme un sistema di scuole, strutture pubbliche, ospedali. Era semplicemente l'autorità, come si chiamava in gergo tecnico, l'autorità di fatto. Quindi è fondamentale che si capisca che quando si pensa ad Hamas non si deve pensare necessariamente a tagliagole, gente armata fino ai denti o combattenti. Non è così.
Did Jojo Siwa just steal the song for real this time? Here's Jojo Siwa's version. Here's a song by Mad Sai called Bites, which was released 2 months ago. Jojo Siwa just got accused of stealing another song, and yeah, this is not her first rodeo. This time, she's dropped a track called Raspy, and honestly, it sounds like if Eminem joined a K-pop group after chain smoking a whole pack of Marlboros. And the kicker, fans think she didn't even write it, or at least she didn't come up with the sound herself, because apparently Raspy sounds suspiciously like a song from this indie LGBTQ artist Mad Sai, and also this song called Solo by Jennie from Blackpink. Apparently her song sounds like both of those songs, and it's definitely not a great look, because we all know those K-pop and gay pop fan bases don't play about the same kind of beat, the same vibe, and always identical structure, which is ironic because this is the same JoJo who swears she is one of the most original artists of our time. Yeah, I don't know how she came up with that because most of JoJo's music is straight up stolen.
The internet was shocked to find out that JoJo Siwa may have stolen both of her songs that she's releasing, so here's the tea. When I tell you the internet was beside themselves after hearing JoJo Siwa talk about karma for weeks as if she originally created it like Beethoven himself, that a video of another singer singing it word for word with the music video went viral.
Really? Really? Oh, come on. Facing new backlash over her latest single, Raspy, with fans accusing her of copying Bite by Mad Chai. Oh, shit.
Her name is Britt Smith.
Britt Smith.
Miley Cyrus had it first and recorded a demo of it in 2011 to potentially go on her Can't Be Tamed album. Now the second one is way more messy.
So yeah, it seems like JoJo Siwa just continues to get worse and worse, especially after the whole trad wife straight era and apparently being pregnant. Yeah, and now there's more controversy surrounding her name. We've got a lot to cover, so let's get into it. So let's start with the obvious. JoJo Siwa is calling her new era Raspy, and I'm not exaggerating when I say she repeats that word more times than the average toddler says why in a car ride. So here's the actual chorus of the song. Raspy, raspy, I get raspy, you know I'm raspy, you see I'm raspy, I'm raspy. I mean, I could continue, but she's just saying that for the whole song. That's not really songwriting, that's more so someone trying to stall time during karaoke because they forgot the next verse. I mean, I don't understand who let her publish this song. You can't just copy the same words 6 times and, you know, call it a verse. Oh, sorry, that's actually the chorus, I think. The actual verse, which, yeah, JoJo just decided to cosplay as Eminem. Not the 2002 Lose Yourself Eminem. I'm talking about Eminem if he got booked for a Disney Channel special and had to keep it PG. All press is good press, which coming from JoJo basically translates to, I know you hate this, but thanks for the streams. I mean, she knows that all press is good press, or at least that's what she believes, because she loves doing all these social media antics to get headlines and views. I mean, she's been pretending to be straight and pregnant and a trad wife for the past couple of weeks, so she will do anything. Don't hate me, I'm just a little baby, Slim Shady but a lady. Which, yeah, Slim Shady rap battles ended careers. Your rap battles are making people deaf on TikTok. Now, here's where it gets messy. As soon as a song dropped, fans immediately went, wait, this is literally just Mad Sai's song. The instrumental was practically the same, the pacing was the same, and even the pre-chorus drop into the hook feels like it was mapped with tracing paper, and people noticed. A side-by-side TikTok started blowing up with Solo on the one half and Raspy on the other. And yeah, it's not a good look. You don't have to be a music expert to hear that they're basically the same.
Did JoJo Siwa just steal a song for real this time? So the former Dance Mom star has been threatening to drop new music this Friday. She's been sharing snippets, but people are noticing that it sounds a lot like another song. Here's JoJo Siwa's version. This is a song by Mad Sai called Bites, which was released 2 months ago.
What is Go?
Since JoJo's been dropping the snippets, Mad Sai's been getting tagged in hundreds of comments and has made a few videos acknowledging how they sound a lot alike. It seems like he had no idea because at first when he heard JoJo's song, he thought she was promoting his song. Mad Sai has also been throwing a bit of shade by saying, why stream the Temu version over the better one?
And you won't believe JoJo's reaction. Yeah, she just pretended it's not happening, which is pretty on brand for her. Remember, all press is good press. And yeah, the dude's song she copied has been absolutely cooking her on TikTok. Now, tell me why I opened JoJo Siwa's new video and for a second I thought she used my song, why stream the Temu version over the better one, and the comments, well, they're also cooking JoJo. Yeah, she's been flooding TikTok with clips of her performing Raspy, trying to force it into people's FYPs until they cave in and stream it, which honestly, I don't think that's happening. Who actually listens to JoJo Siwa's music? There's also this whole theory about her moderating her own comment section. Before the release, her posts were flooded with negative comments, and after she drops Raspy, suddenly it's nothing but glowing praise like, oh my god, this is amazing, this is your best work, you're so original. Either everyone had a spiritual awakening overnight, or somebody's been hitting that delete button harder than me trying to hide my search history. Now here's why the Raspy accusations hit different. JoJo already has a track record of borrowing songs, or borrowing, should I say stealing. So her song Karma was not written by her, she literally bought it from a different artist and pretended like it was her passion project. Yeah, clearly JoJo is a creative genius here. Then Choose Your Fighter, originally recorded by TikTok creator Evelyn. Industry politics pushed JoJo Siwa's version forward, but she still acted like she invented the wheel.
JoJo Siwa is receiving even more backlash for apparently stealing another artist's song.
What is going on?
So the original song was from 2 years ago by an artist named Emmeline. Now that definitely was Emmeline's song, but a lot of people are saying that it doesn't even sound like JoJo. People have been spamming Emmeline's comments saying that JoJo stole her song. The original creator did respond and said they're gonna make a story time soon, but they did not sign off on it coming out with JoJo. But since then, Emmeline actually deleted her Choose Your Fighter video, and I'm wondering if JoJo's team had anything to do with it. One thing that's clear is that JoJo thinks having the money to buy other people's songs will make her successful.
And then Betty Davis Eyes, a cover so overproduced that Kim Carnes herself stepped in to say, authenticity is what makes music timeless. That's a polite way of saying, please stop smothering my song in autotune. Now the thing is, on their own, you could write these off as typical music industry nonsense, but together it's a pattern. JoJo finds something that already works, swaps a few words, and calls it her era, but really she's just making an embarrassment of herself and copying someone else's work. It's like she's allergic to original melodies. If music plagiarism was a sport, she'd be in first place. And it's not just the music, it's the branding, the aesthetic, even the promotional tactics. The minute she sees something trending, she's on it fast, which is why Raspy being Jenny Solo in a Party City wig is just basically perfect. That's exactly what JoJo Siwa is, a copycat. Now, while her music career is catching heat, JoJo's personal brand is just as confusing. Not that long ago, she was the face of rainbow merch, pride events, and loud, clear representation. Then she started dating Chris Hughes, and suddenly the rainbow flags got folded up and put in her attic. Even her most recent TikToks, they're like on holiday on a cruise together. It's insane. I don't know how you spend years being LGBTQ and now turn straight. Maybe it's just a cosplay, maybe she's actually using the straightness as a promotional tactic, and she's still LGBTQ behind the scenes. But still, it's kind of weird that she's using that to fuel her career. She swapped out the neon tracksuits for pearls, floral dresses, and really what can only be described as Pinterest board for suburban housewives. Fans started noticing that she wasn't talking about her sexuality anymore, and it's not like she hasn't heard the speculation, she just hasn't addressed it. And look, people evolve, but the timing is suspicious, especially when you add in the cheating allegations from her ex-Kat. As I said, 1 minute she's a lesbian pop star breaking boundaries, and the next she's making TikToks about baking for her man. Some fans think it's a genuine lifestyle change, others think it's a strategic PR shift now that the rainbow branding wasn't converting into sales anymore. Either way, the 180 has been so drastic that you can't blame people for raising eyebrows. So yeah, here we are. JoJo Siwa's raspy era. Repetitive lyrics, awkward slim shady cosplay, and a beat that sounds suspiciously borrowed. And with her track record, the stolen song accusations don't feel far-fetched, they feel inevitable. It's like every song she drops, there's gonna be controversy. And really, at this point, now that I think about it, she may be doing it on purpose, so people create TikToks, shorts, and just videos about her new song. So yeah, whether she's stealing songs, stealing aesthetics, or just stealing our patience, this era is less of a reinvention and more a case study in how to keep your name in the headlines no matter what. So what's next? I don't know. A country album, Christian rock, I don't know, raspy version 2, tea and crumpets edition? You tell me, is JoJo trolling for clout, or is she genuinely lost in the rebrand void? I hope you guys enjoy, like, subscribe, comment, have a great day, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Well, all eyes on Alaska today as President Trump's meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin ends with a short press conference with very few details. Let's bring in CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman. He joins us live from Anchorage, Alaska. Willie, not the series of events we were expecting. Talk to us about that very short press conference.
Hey, Liz, if you bear with me, I'm having some...
Putin's speeches did not announce a ceasefire.
But this press statements that President Putin of Russia gave President Putin gave to and President Trump gave was really short. It lasted about 12 minutes or so, and both leaders spoke about the good relationship that they had with each other. But there was no mention of a ceasefire in Ukraine. President Putin talked about the need for Ukrainian security and that it was understood and that Moscow would work on that. But there was no mention in terms of that major development that we were expecting here. And the president said that it was a productive meeting. Take a listen to what he said earlier.
It was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll of course call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting.
Now, remember, the president talked about this earlier in the day. He essentially said that he wanted a ceasefire. He said earlier this week that he could potentially put more sanctions on Russia if it did not move towards peace. That did not happen here, and some are already viewing this as a win for President Putin. But there could perhaps be more developments. We could see a statement from the president after he has those conversations with European leaders, including President Zelensky of Ukraine. One last thing I'll note, Liz, there was a really interesting exchange between President Putin and President Trump. The president said, "We'll see you very soon," and the president of Russia essentially said, "Next time it'll be in Moscow," and President Trump said he'll get a lot of flack for that, essentially. So we'll have to wait and see in terms of that next meeting, because remember, President Trump said if today's meeting was successful, that he would quickly set up another meeting that would include President Zelensky himself and President Putin in the coming days. Liz?
Well, James Inman, live from Anchorage. Thank you so much. All right, let's bring in CBS News intelligence and national security reporter Olivia Gosses. Hopefully she can hear me. Hi, Olivia. Trump and Putin spent a lot of time complimenting each other, and the reading earlier today was very warm. What does this signal for the future of their relationship, do you think? That really stood out today, didn't it? And especially because President Trump, before the summit even began, said in an interview that he was going to be not happy if he came away from it without a ceasefire in hand, and earlier had threatened severe consequences if the fighting didn't come to an end. But we heard not a whisper of either consequences or unhappiness from the president. You're right, there was pretty effusive flattery on both sides, with President Putin calling the atmosphere constructive and stemming from a place of mutual respect. President Trump referring to the talks as productive and saying they got a lot done, but saying there's no deal until there is a deal. He said he would be calling European and NATO leaders immediately after this meeting. As of right now, we understand from reporting from our Margaret Brennan, that call has not come through to President Zelensky of Ukraine, or at least to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, a top U.S. ally. So still waiting for those phone calls to be made. We understand the president is doing another interview in the same room where the bilateral press engagement, if you can call it that, just concluded. So what we see coming away from this is Vladimir Putin has pocketed a lot of things. He's pocketed a warm reception from the U.S. president on U.S. soil, complete with a red carpet and a ride in the presidential limousine. He's managed to continue to delay promised U.S. sanctions that the president said were forthcoming, were a ceasefire not to be reached. And he gets to continue to wage his war in Ukraine, which, given this is a grinding war of attrition, is to Russia's strategic benefit, because the more time that Vladimir Putin has on the battlefield, the more his forces are incrementally, albeit at very high costs, advancing, especially in eastern Ukraine. So it is hard to see how this hasn't burnished Vladimir Putin's own standing, which is exactly the outcome that European leaders and Ukrainian President Zelensky feared. And Olivia, I want to get your point of view on this. Putin raised the possibility of a meeting with Trump in Moscow. Take a listen to that.
And Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I can see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
President Trump saying he might get a little heat for visiting Moscow. What would happen? What would have to happen before America?
Here's the thing. Trump's already in bed with Putin. That's not exactly in dispute.
American president could visit Russia. It's a very good question. I think we have to see how this engagement plays, because the overwhelming majority of the American public has an unfavorable view of Vladimir Putin. The president's own party has a majority unfavorable view of Vladimir Putin. The president has said the whole point of this engagement with President Putin was to stop having meetings about meetings about meetings. His special envoy, Steve Witkoff, had at least 5 engagements with Vladimir Putin in an effort to get to some sort of a ceasefire or, burgeoning peace accord with Ukraine. That had not come to fruition. The president had initially laid out the purpose of this meeting to be one in which he felt out President Putin, in which he sized him up, in which he got to look him in the eye and determine if there was a deal to be made. It was supposed to be conclusive. The president was supposed to be able to tell in a couple of minutes whether that was in fact going to happen. But in what we have heard, and again, the very small amount of details that we got coming out of this engagement, was that there seemed to be more meetings to be had. If there is supposed to be another bilateral meeting between President Trump and President Putin, that goes against what he indicated was supposed to be a primary objective of this meeting, which was to set the table for a trilateral engagement involving Ukrainian President Zelensky. And Olivia, what can you tell us about the decision to involve the Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff in that meeting?
Yeah, there were a number of surprises about the plan for today. In fact, the president was supposed to have just a one-on-one meeting with interpreters with the Russian president. Mid-flight, after he was just about to leave Air Force One and descend in Alaska, it was made clear that Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary of State Marco Rubio were going to join those talks, broadening the conversation, and probably to the relief of some European leaders and possibly the Ukrainians, because there was a great concern that a one-on-one meeting could lead to something like
like a fait accompli with the President of the United States and the President of Russia deciding between themselves that they had come to a good enough deal that they could then sort of foist on the Europeans and Ukrainians and accuse them thereafter of standing in the way of a broader peace accord. Again, we are still waiting on details on the nature of the conversation. President Putin did, of course, have praise for President Trump. He name-checked the special envoy, Steve Witkoff. He did not mention the Secretary of State, who is known to be a Russia hawk. So we'll have to hear more about what the dynamics were in the room and a lot more about the substance of the conversation that took place. Fascinating chain of events that happened today in Alaska. Olivia Gosses, thank you so much. Now, in addition to discussing the war in Ukraine, Russian President Putin suggested yesterday that he and President Trump might discuss a new nuclear deal between the two nations. Of course, we don't have any clarification if that actually happened. CBS News Pentagon reporter Ellie Watson breaks down what nuclear assets the U.S. and Russia have right now and when the current limitations expire.
The U.S. and Russia have the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world. Each country has thousands of nuclear warheads, but they're limited to how many they can deploy to just 1,550 at a time. That cap is set by the New START Treaty, the last remaining bilateral agreement between the U.S. and Russia on nuclear weapons. Those weapons, in the case of the U.S., can be on top of intercontinental ballistic missiles based here in the United States, deployed on submarines all around the world, or on Air Force bombers like the B-2, which actually did a flyover at the summit in Alaska between President Trump and President Putin. The limit on the number of nuclear warheads that can be deployed by that treaty is still in effect, but there are other provisions of that treaty that are not. For example, the treaty allows for 18 on-site inspection visits between the two countries every year, but those inspections have been suspended first by the COVID pandemic back in 2020 and then by Russia in 2023 because of its war in Ukraine. The treaty itself as a whole is set to completely expire in February of 2026, so just over 5 months from now. President Trump over the summer has talked about how he would like to see that treaty extended because not having restrictions on nuclear weapons is dangerous, but usually extending a treaty of this magnitude would be preceded by extensive talks, and between the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, that hasn't really happened. And now both sides have to consider another factor, which is the rapid nuclear breakout by China. China, according to the Pentagon, is on pace to projected to have at least 1,000 nuclear warheads by 2030. Back to you.
Ellie, thank you so much. All right, I want to bring in CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. Nancy, you were in that room where that very brief press conference was held. I want to get your reaction to what happened there.
Well, I want to know, Liz, I don't know that we can call it a press conference.
Before you get going, Nancy, I just want to note the president is now getting on Air Force One. He's waving to the crowds there at the tarmac in Anchorage, Alaska, and he is presumably headed back to the White House after what was, as you were just about ready to mention, it was a very short summit and a very short press conference. Again, I want to repeat what I asked you. What were your reactions?
Well, my reaction was that because the president did not take any questions, because Vladimir Putin did not take any questions, technically, I don't know that we can refer to this as a press conference. That was what was supposed to take place, but instead, the two leaders came in. They spoke to reporters for about 12 minutes total. They both made vague references to progress that had been made. Putin talked about some kind of an agreement. President Trump did not use that phrasing, and then they left without taking questions. It was a big surprise because President Trump had repeatedly previewed the fact that he was either going to have a big press conference with Putin if things went well, or a solo press conference if things went badly. And so that has sort of left everyone to try to read between the lines and figure out if any real progress was made, and why, if the two leaders had come all this way, the meetings were cut short. And as you just pointed out, Liz, both men are now headed back to their respective capitals.
Yeah, and you see there live, Nancy, on our screens, President Vladimir Putin, Russian President Vladimir Putin, is departing right now. That is his plane. on the taxiway there, about ready to take off any second now. And Putin said today, Nancy, that Russia is sincerely interested in putting an end to the Ukrainian conflict. We've heard President Trump say before he thinks Putin might be tapping him along. So what do you make of Putin's message there? Is it enough to reassure Trump that he's serious about actually ending this war? Because that wasn't clear today.
It's a message that he has uttered in public many times before. And that's what President Trump means when he says Putin is tapping him along. That Putin will say the right things. He will say that he wants peace. He will say that he is ready to end this 3.5-year conflict. But then when push comes to shove, and when Putin is asked to drop his long list of demands that he has laid out in exchange for a ceasefire or an end to the war, Putin is generally not willing to give those up. And so the question is, behind closed doors, did he give any of those things up? President Trump said he is going to call his European counterparts, he's going to call Volodymyr Zelensky and let them know what they discussed and what progress was made. And we're asking those questions to the White House as well, to officials. Where exactly did these meetings go? Did the two men find any common ground? Why weren't they willing to share that common ground if they reached it? And again, Vladimir Putin traveled 9 hours to get here. Donald Trump traveled 7 hours to get here. They were supposed to have 2 back-to-back meetings. They only had one. Then they spoke to the press and got out of here in a hurry. What does it all mean?
Yeah, and I mean, another thing that kind of stood out to me, Nancy, was the fanfare that greeted President Putin when he arrived in Alaska, and the pleasantries that seemingly were exchanged there on the tarmac when both leaders arrived. Then they got into the president's, they called the Beast, his limo, his presidential car there, and took them to the area where they were going to have this summit. And then during that press conference, they spent much of the time exchanging compliments to one another. What do you make of those exchanges?
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the day, President Trump was almost giddy. We saw him raise his arms over his head in applause as he waited for Putin to meet him on the red carpet on the tarmac. They exchanged pleasantries like the old friends that they are. And then, as you pointed out, President Trump issued this sort of rare sign of respect by inviting Putin into his motorcade for the ride to their meeting locale a few minutes away. And so it started out really well. And again, perhaps it ended well too. Perhaps there was some concrete progress made. But President Trump, if there's one thing we know about him, is that he's not shy about touting his achievements when he perceives that he has made serious progress, or when he perceives that there's something to tell the world about. So the fact that he was so vague and circumspect really does leave us with a lot of questions about whether this was just happy talk at the end, meant to paper over some very difficult conversations, or whether he wants to tell European leaders and Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine what he discussed first before he tells the world.
Nancy Cordes, thank you so much for your reporting all day long from Anchorage, Alaska, and for your insight in our show today. Good luck, safe travels.
Release the Epstein files. No, wait, Epstein is actually a host. No.
Let me just tell you, the Epstein files have to be released. There's no doubt about that, okay?
Wait, since everyone is spending a ridiculous amount of time on this, I don't know why, just release all the grand jury testimony, even though that's not what people are asking for, and you can't do it without court permission, and the court will probably block that. Trump's I'm not involved with Jeffrey Epstein t-shirt has a lot of people asking questions already answered by his t-shirt. And the funny thing about that meme is that it was originally literally about human trafficking. But the long and short of it is that the MAGA movement may have finally taken a stand against the Trump administration.
The current DOJ under Pam Bondi is covering up crimes.
But back in 2024, candidate Trump made some promises about releasing these so-called Epstein files.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would. During his most recent presidential campaign, Trump said that he would have, quote, no problem looking into the Epstein client list.
The list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? But yeah, I'll be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
Then Attorney General Pam Bondi told everyone that Epstein's legendary client list was right there on her desk. Except it wasn't. Pam Bondi released a 2-page memo saying that actually Epstein did just kill himself. There's no secret client list, and there are no more documents that are going to be released. And everyone believed her, and that was the end of the story. No, I'm just kidding. Trump supporters weren't having it at all. Even Trump's reliable buddies over at Fox News aren't buying the narrative.
Why do you say he's become the deep state?
What is more deep state than covering up for pedophiles?
And Trump took to Truth Social to post a long screen proclaiming how great Bondi is and telling everyone to, quote, not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Except that a whole bunch of people care a whole lot about Epstein.
Make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
Raise your hand if it matters a lot to you. Raise your hand. So every hand of 7,000 people.
And now we live in a world where Congress's resident Jewish space laser enthusiast Marjorie Taylor Greene and Silicon Valley progressive Ro Khanna might finally agree on something. And meanwhile, while all this was playing out in the media, the Trump Department of Justice finally acted on Ghislaine Maxwell's plea for the Supreme Court to overturn.
I think I'm going to clear up the listenings already, because I do want to make absolutely sure that I'm actually a bit more focused on shit. So yeah. Dude. Oh my god, what is going on? Really, what is going on? My gut is looking for another way to look into my stuff. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna test out if Counter-Strike 2 actually goes well for me. I'm gonna do some offline practice. We'll see what happens. Hopefully it does come out okay. But it's about time anyway that I actually get into it, so yeah. So let's try this in particular, okay? Death matches, here we go. I'm going to like make sure things are looking small and good. Call of Duty. A strawberry goes pew pew. Oh, she went for the campaign, that's why. Pull the trigger 101. Okay. Okay. So it needs to be an actual video first before. Okay, never mind. Fine, never mind. Okay, that can work with us. Hide Explorer. Alright, we'll see what happens. Now, I'll log that on. Okay, good. It's right there, SV Cheats 1. And yeah, I will be on offline practice, CS2. Here we freaking go. I'm gonna close this too so that there are no problems. Alright, we are actually gonna do this. Actually, yeah. Actually, that's better. Here we go, guys. Here we freaking go. I'm just gonna remove the thing so that The rain the Rancient. Oh, that's why it's called it. Oh. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, we're gonna do practice on Rancient? Reigning Ancient. You know what? Fine, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this one. We shall see. We shall see how good it is. I'm gonna check how good it is. Interesting! Ancient but reigning. Alright now. 1, 2. Okay. No, 3. There we go. Oh shit! Yeah, that's right. When they're close, don't try too much. God damn. Ah, there we go. Oh shit! Never mind. They're so fast. Ah, heck. Really? Oh wait, hold on. Shit. Ah! Heck. Bot move. Wait a second. Oh shit, wait. Oh shit, wait. Yeah, there we go. And someone used a scout disc just now. Oh shit, wait. Okay, here we go. Ah, fuck. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, no, no. No, 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 no. No, no, get back. There we go. Ah, shit. Damn it. Got a little too sophisticated, ladies and gents. Oh, 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 crap. Just see that couple on the way right there. Oh my god. The XM1014 is so lethal at close range, bro. Oh shit. Okay. That did not turn out well for me. Oh shit. Ah, man. Oh man. Dude. Screw you. Oh fuck. Shit. Really? Boom, bitch. I should have logged in for practice. I forgot. I should have done that. Yeah, there we go. Uh-huh. Hold on. Ah, screw it. Oh my god, that was so... That was very, very snapshotty. You must have heard my footprints, I guess? Oh, wait. No. Let me approach. Oh, shit. I think the bots are smarter. I'm not sure why. There we go. Ah, that sucked. Sucked ass. Damn. There we go. Oh shit. Damn it. I know this is a good spot still, but... Oh! Blown away! Damn it. I still die. I still die because there are many bots. Like... Okay, here we go. Damn it! Ah, man, hold on. Oh well. I'm being called. Okay, so Counter-Strike is a fast-moving game. Hopefully the footage is good. First, we'll check if it is at the moment. Alright? I'm just testing out how good the footage is so that I can gauge it every time there's something. It's all looking good. Basically, we're good to go. What is going on?
All right, so I was getting ready to pack. I'm going on vacation in the next couple of days, and then I saw this guy. And if there was ever someone who deserved to be in a 15 minutes of shame video, it's this moron. Let me introduce you to Brawadis, who is the brother of popular streamer FaZe Rug. And he decided to have a little bit of a Karen meltdown at Starbucks. And after getting completely destroyed by the internet, he posted one of the most ridiculous YouTuber apology video I have ever seen. So today we'll take a look at the entire story. Let's start with the pathetic temper tantrum at Starbucks.
Do you mind just not recording? It'll just be facing me, so it won't be showing anybody else. We don't allow, you know, for privacy of everybody. Yeah, it's not recording. Like, okay. Well, I'm not gonna show anybody else. It's just gonna be me. Like,
yeah, except if there are rules, there actually is making sure that the privacy of everyone is ensured. You can you can record elsewhere, like the bathroom probably. I mean, you can do that. You can ask where you can record, but instead of saying I can just record myself. There are reasons why some body-worn cameras are not allowed at some places. Okay.
If anyone comes out from there, we'll put the camera down. The policy is no recording. Okay. I mean, this is sort of my job I'm just trying to do, just like you're trying to work as well. I don't know, like... Yeah, once you're outside, 100%. Okay, so the policy is to not record for the privacy of other people, right? The policy is to not record. And then what was the reason for that? It is for the privacy of the people. So if I'm just filming myself and no one else is being recorded, so the privacy, no one's really being like... Yeah, because regardless of the policy that was set for us, it's just no recording. Can you give me a reason other than the private...
Dude! Why don't you just get humbled and just take it? Don't push your luck. Look. Okay. I just need to be very absolutely clear. Okay. Right. You know what? I'm just gonna have to say something about this. I'm watching a video from 15 Minutes of Shame called Arrogant Streamer Destroyed His Career in 0.8 Seconds. What was supposed to be a peaceful time for him for actually streaming, well, all you have to do is understand that in some areas in the real world, there are rules in which you cannot record inside the premises, whether it's by policy or it's for the request of others, okay? If it's for protecting privacy, that's actually what's important. Here's the thing about this. Even if you are only pointing the camera towards yourself, okay? Even if you are pointing the camera towards yourself, you can make absolutely sure that you actually give your audience the rundown of what happened inside the Starbucks. This is a Starbucks this is the Starbucks he's in right now. And all he just needed to do was be humbled for a bit and wait until he's no longer in the place where he's not supposed to be recording in. Why can't he settle with what is available to him? The place cannot be used as a recording space. So why doesn't he take that? Why doesn't he take that? Why? I'm gonna watch further to see what the hell is going on with this guy.
Obviously of other people, because I don't feel like I know, but obviously the policy, there has to be a reason why that's a policy.
Actually, no, dumbass. He doesn't owe you any explanation.
He doesn't owe you any explanation. Seriously. He's not the boss there. He's not the manager there. You don't have, look, everybody has a job to do, and you're disrupting business just by speaking to someone who has something to do while you're bitching. Actually, oh my god. You are okay. This deserves my attention. This deserves my damn attention here. No way am I going to leave this just like this. No freaking way. I'm gonna fix up the bitrate so that it can be actually much better for you guys. But basically, yeah, we're gonna keep this going.
For the simple reason that this is private property. Now, you might not know this, but this channel that you're watching right now is just a side project. I actually roast Karens for a living on my main channel. That's what pays the bills. And I see so many situations like this. You have entitled morons that think they can dictate what happens on
Josh Prime. Okay, maybe I'd look at that.
Other people's property, and the reality is that they are 100% wrong. Starbucks could say no purple shirts, and if you walk in there with a purple shirt, they will kick you out and get you trespass, and if you go back, your dumbass is getting arrested. This is
basically just follow the privacy, just follow policy. If you're a certain attire is not allowed, just leave and just get another attire. Seriously, if you have the means,
something that is a very...
If you're informed by staff, they will politely tell you to just do something, just make sure that you're acceptable. If you can't accept that, if you become arrogant, that's you not helping them. That's them just making sure that every customer is at least presentable. For the right reasons, right? For the business, right? And this streamer can't take it humbly and just accept it. Ah, jeez. I know Starbucks is a corporation, but give them a chance to be themselves here. Be respectful. At least be respectful.
Simple concept, but to this entitled douchebag, he refuses to understand it.
So I'm trying my best right now to just like be calm and be understanding, but
100%.
Yeah.
They just don't explain everything necessarily. There's just certain rules that they set in place.
But you won't be in it, and neither will anybody else. I'm just gonna order a drink and then.
Unfortunately, if you're recording, I'm not gonna help you out.
Okay, can this nice man help me out, or so you won't allow anybody to help me out?
Yeah. You heard him. Just be humbled and stop recording. Don't show them that you're recording, at least for that point, and then enjoy yourself. Why can't you? Look, if you're chronically online like this, I'm advising you, rethink your strategy. Absolutely rethink your strategy. This right now, IRL, a lot of enforceable guidelines are now coming out per business and per jurisdiction. IRL streaming needs to be regulated to the point that acceptable areas are used for IRL streaming. Why can't some streamers get that?
With a drink? So you're refusing to serve me because...
Yeah, just because you're recording in here.
So you're refusing to serve me?
Yeah, just because you're recording in here.
Okay, so if I came in here and I was recording a little Snapchat of myself like this, you wouldn't serve me? Because I'm sure people come out and make little TikToks.
Yeah, I'm sure they do too.
Okay, what I feel like right now is you're making this a way bigger deal than it needs to be, and it's like wasting both of our time. So can I just order a drink? I just want a drink. I'm gonna pay for it. If you don't want to serve me, I'm sure somebody else would love to serve me, unless you're like not allowing them to serve a customer, which I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's one way to put it.
What is the way to put it?
That we're not going to be able to serve you.
Okay, can anybody please serve me? I'm just trying to get a drink on this hot day, or like, are you not allowed to serve?
I'm the supervisor right now. I'm in charge.
Well, then you should be able to...
Yeah. Oh, shit. If the supervisor is already laying down the rules for you and you still do not listen, you have a big problem. You have a big problem if you're shoving against a supervisor. At this point, if you are kicked out just because you don't follow the rules, it's gonna put a bad stain on you. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't.
Give me a reason for why I can't record then.
I'm unfortunately gonna have to ask you to leave now.
You're gonna ask me to...
Yeah. This is not good for you. Don't push it.
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave now, yeah.
And what
This moron is so unbearable. I want to jump through the screen and slap his face. Dude, you are on private property. The legal...
You're going to be trespass. You're going to be considered trespass, bro. Stop.
Argument is straight up this quick. Private property, my house, my rules. You don't like it, get the fuck out. It's that simple. If you're not happy with that, why don't you buy a coffee shop and have a recording allowed policy? That will be your right because it will be your business. I can't believe that he is unable to grasp such a simple concept. My 5-year-old daughter would understand this in seconds, but to him, it might as well be quantum mechanics.
What is the reason? What was the reason?
Recording.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So you're not gonna serve me?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
How are you going?
Or is there anything else that I could help you with?
Yeah, with a drink.
It's not gonna happen today. I'm sorry.
I know, but my job.
Yeah, supervisor, you're just gonna have to tell him that he's gonna call the cops if he doesn't leave.
Just like your job is to stand here.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, can you just give me 1 second?
Of course. Yeah. Bro.
He's gonna call the security.
Some people be.
You are a moron. At this point, you're already shoving against the supervisor. You're an arrogant moron.
I think that guy needs to get some pussy, bro.
No. You need to get some. Oh my god. You got too much brain rot? You got too much stupid in your brain? Oh my god. I cannot even believe this is how you this is how you go about society, bro. This is not helping you.
What's your zodiac sign?
I don't really know, to be completely honest.
Your zodiac sign?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's your birthday?
June.
What you trying to be for? It's a beef.
The beef?
Yeah.
No, I'm a YouTuber, so like I'm doing a video like trying new.
Oh yeah, I'm a YouTuber. I think I'm.
That doesn't make you immune to guidelines, to laws, to things that actually place you to be respectful in other people, of everything else, of every other entity. Without rules, what are you? Without following the rules, what are you? You are chaos personified. Do you want to be labeled as chaos personified? I don't want to be labeled as chaos personified.
Smarter than everybody else, and I'm entitled to more privileges, and I should dictate what happens on your property. That's exactly what is coming out of this douchebag's mouth. It's like, holy shit. And you're telling the guy that he needs to get pussy?
Bro,
you're trying to insult
this is
him
unbelievable.
because he's doing his job. You're such a moron, dude. I'm so glad that this video went viral and you felt the need to apologize for 28 minutes. I can't wait to see that.
This is unbelievably bullshit, bro.
I see a lot on TikTok and stuff like that of people ordering and stuff, so I see a lot of my fellow influencers that actually record and order drinks.
At this store?
Well, Starbucks is Starbucks, right?
Yeah, just not everybody's good about like actually enforcing it.
Yes, don't think I'm like harassing anybody or showing anything that's not supposed to be shown.
Except you're showing it to a supervisor who cares about the rules, and that this particular branch has specific rules in place. Listen, somebody else recording you is a bad thing, but if you have a phone to your face, that's actually fine. Just don't have someone else putting the camera in front of you that makes you the one responsible for that guy recording. You don't do that, bro. You are a streamer, sure, but follow the rules and be simple about it. Why can't you? You're being told about this, bro.
I honestly think you just wasted like 10 minutes of both of our time. I'm sure you don't care because you're getting paid regardless, but I don't. So I'd appreciate it if I could just place an order.
Yeah, again, like I said, initially I would have been willing to do that if you had stopped recording, but...
I know, but my job, just like your job...
You don't dictate the rules just because your job requires you to be online. I understand that IRL streaming requires your stream to actually be online for the entire time. that doesn't mean that you are allowed to stream anywhere. That does not mean that you are allowed to stream anywhere. Why can't you understand that point? This is why you don't take agreements to be online every time you start a stream whenever you're an IRL streamer actually streaming for a sponsor. This is why you don't take agreements like this. And that you read every agreement, bro. And that you read every guideline in regards to this. That means if you are the type to actually read, but if you're just fucking arrogant, if you're actually earning lots of money, you don't stick by the guidelines, what are you? Arrogant. If you know that you're not supposed to, if you know now that you're not supposed to do this, but you still shove your standards, unfortunately, it will not go well for you.
This is, whatever your job is, my job is to be recorded. Like I record my life. That's my job. It's my career. It's what I get paid for. So I'm just trying to do my job just like you are. And if you had given me a reason for why the policy is enforced, I would have put the camera down. But you just said, oh, I don't know.
No, streamer versus corporate. Streamer versus corporate. Not a good look. Not a good look. Please don't do this.
It's just a policy. So I'm just confused. I would like to know why. And if you give me that reason, I can place the camera down. Because first you said the privacy of others, but I'm only recording myself.
That was one of the reasons that I given.
And then you didn't give me another one though.
That's how it works around here.
Okay. Can you place the camera down? Okay. Can I please get the most? Okay. Can someone make it from you, please? Sorry, unfortunately.
You are so arrogant to the point that you're not supposed to record anywhere. Record generally, and you just choose to have your cameraman lower that shit. Oh my god, you don't get it through your thick fucking skull, bro.
Okay, can someone else please?
So like I told you guys before, I've seen hundreds of situations like this on my other channel, and right now he's committing a crime.
Oh my god, bro.
Leave, and he is insisting on staying. Doesn't want to leave. He has been told at this point.
How did he become a streamer? How did he become a streamer? Maybe he is a streamer, but he's not a responsible streamer. How did he become a streamer?
I believe 2 to 3 times to get the hell out of there, and he still thinks he's entitled to get his fruity drink. Dude, just go to another Starbucks and don't act like a douchebag. I just want to remind you guys that this guy is a millionaire that lives in a mansion.
No wonder he doesn't follow the rules, because he thinks millionaires are above the law. Bro, that is absolutely worse. That is an absolutely worse mindset, and you think that millionaires are above the middle class, that they don't have to follow the rules of businesses and the middle class owned businesses anymore. You are such a douchebag.
Living off the coattails of his brother.
Wow.
He's obviously recording content that is targeted towards kids, and he has editors. All he has to do is make his video and watch the money come in. He only had one job, not be a total douchebag on unbearable Karen, and he failed at his one job.
Make me a refresher.
Nobody's gonna be able to help you with your boss.
Okay, can you turn the camera back up? Okay. So no one's gonna be able to make me a refresher.
No. You're already told to leave. You're still not leaving. If security or the cops are being set on you and they tell you to leave and you still don't, you got a fucking problem. Please get it through your fucking head. Oh my god.
You understand now that I'm asking you to leave?
You can make me leave. I'm not gonna leave. To make me leave a Starbucks and I'm recording myself, then you could take it there. I'm sure you want to because you look pretty bored, but there's a long line. Yes, sir. I know.
There it is. There it is.
You guys are just coming in and do their job every day. Just like stop giving them a hard.
There's security. There's security. What are you doing?
I'm all right. Can you explain how I'm giving them a hard time?
They just asked me, you guys are giving them a hard time.
Can you ask him how I'm giving them a hard time?
There's no need for that.
There are guidelines for everyone else's sake. Oh my God, you can't be humble. You cannot be humble to even do... Oh my God. Why can't you be humble enough for this, bro? Why can't you be humble enough for this?
I just need you guys to leave. Either place an order.
I would love to place the order. He's refusing to serve me.
Oh, then that means you guys need to leave.
What's the reason? What's the reason? You got to give me a reason and then I'll leave. If you give me a reason, I would love to leave. If you give me a reason to leave. I just want to place...
Refusing you service. Why can't you get that through your thick skull, you dumbass?
To order for one refresher drink and then I'll be on my way out. I'm a paying customer just like everybody else. I've seen a...
No, you're not. You're an insufferable little prick that is currently trespassing and is refusing to leave. And you know what's really crazy about...
You're already told that you're not supposed to record there, and when you do not comply with the rules and guidelines of the actual business, you're being asked to leave, and you can't even follow simple instructions to leave. That's gonna cause you a lot of trouble.
His cameraman could get arrested for this as well. I'm sure his cameraman is watching this and is telling himself, I don't get paid enough to deal with this asshole. But still, he could get arrested as well.
A lot of people post videos on TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube of trying exotic drinks from Starbucks.
In this store?
Any Starbucks. Starbucks is Starbucks. Well, so there's no different rules from one Starbucks to another. So like I said,
yeah, no, 100%. That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, not everybody's great about enforcing those rules.
Well, then I guess it's my lucky day that you're amazing at enforcing it. So can you please take my orders so I can get a refresher? I'm a paying customer just like everybody else in here.
You're a paying customer, sure, but the problem is you're a millionaire who is arrogant when it comes to rules and guidelines. So no, they will not be serving you. Why don't you get that through your fucking head, you dumb shit, arrogant piece of trash, and leave?
If you don't want to be recorded, like I said, I will not put you on camera. I'll blur your face. I will just record myself, and I will not record anybody else in the store. Nobody.
Why don't you get... Oh my God.
Just me and my life, because that is my job. I want to order one drink. I will pay whatever the amount is, and then I will be on my way out, and I will drink my Starbucks just like everybody else in here. Like, I don't know.
You're being told.
I personally believe you're making it a lot bigger of a deal than it needs to be. Like I said, you're trying to do your job, which I respect, and I'm trying to do my job, which I would hope you respect, but you clearly don't. I feel like if I came in here and I was standing on tables and doing some crazy public prank and recording everybody else and harassing everybody, I would understand why you guys are asking me.
You know, if I was the supervisor, I would ask him after he's done speaking. Are you done? This is what I think the supervisor should say. Are you done? And then if he says, no, I'm not done. Oh, so I'm going to respond. Do we have to actually get into a situation where we have to let law enforcement intervene with this, not just security? Because at this point, you're going to be labeled as a trespasser here. That should have been the straight up reply. He should have given this piece of shit, bro. He's becoming a nuisance, and he's not taking it.
Leave or why you refuse to serve me. But I feel like me only recording my face and asking to order a refresher that I'm willing to pay for. I don't understand the refusing and the whole like everything that's going on right now.
Bro!
Some people come in here and they do public pranks for likes and views. I'm not one of those people. I'm trying.
Why don't you get
he's
that,
almost
bro?
right. Yeah, he's being a little bit of a nuisance streamer when it comes to bothering the...
Yeah, he's becoming a nuisance in general now.
Employee, but I don't think that was his intention. But that doesn't matter. He's on private property. I still am baffled when I see people like that just don't understand that concept.
You are wasting their... Yeah, this millionaire is wasting their fucking time.
It's so simple. Public property, you can do a little bit more. You can get away with a lot more. Private property, you have no rights there whatsoever.
Adrian, so I mean, this is such a big deal for no reason, bro. Like,
I agree.
So then why don't you take my order?
Bottom line is, there's no service here for you.
Yeah, can I ask why? Because every customer that gets kicked out, there's no answer, then I don't have to leave, bro. Call the I would love for you to waste the San Diego Police Department's time for someone.
If you force them to drag the police here, you would definitely be in the wrong. Oh boy. This will not end well for you. You are such an asshole! You're not just arrogant, you are an asshole!
Oh, hey, you're a genius, honestly. Okay, hold on, wait. So, if I place an order, let me just make sure, if I please him for that?
Well, so now I've explained to you again that you were recording in here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna shut the camera off, step out.
So then I've asked you to leave.
Yeah, so I'm gonna...
Dude, you still did not listen to the supervisor. You were told to leave because you didn't want to stop recording, and now you're being asked to leave, and you're still being asked to leave. Then you're such a piece of shit, dude.
Shut the camera out, step out. Sir, I would love to place an order to pick up, like you mentioned. There's
and now the cops are gonna get involved.
Should I just get my wrists ready to get arrested? Hey guys, how's it going? Good. So pretty much I felt like I was being wrongfully asked to leave, and they're refusing to take my order, which they finally did now, as of like 5 minutes ago, because I get it. They said not to record due to the privacy of other people. So then I just turned the camera to myself, not the work recording. Because I get it. I've been doing this for 10 years, so I understand that some people don't want to be on camera. Of course. I said, okay, I won't record. Can I please just place an order, and then I'll be on my way, and you can do your job. I feel like you're making it a little bit more than it needs to be. And he said, well, no, because I already asked for it. So then I was like, okay, I'm going to leave and just place an order on my app. So then I said, okay, if I leave, place an order on my app, can my friend come and pick up the drink? So no camera, no nothing. He said, well, no, he can't come in either. And I'm like, okay, so now I can't even order off the app? Well, he actually said that his shift ended and he's staying there extra just to make sure no one else serves me.
Yeah, like I said, I can care less what you think. It's not my business.
And I told him I didn't want to waste your guys' time because I'm sure you guys have much bigger issues. But I get it. He's just trying to do his job, but this is also my job as well. And like I see people all the time making TikToks and Snapchats in Starbucks.
Absolutely. So I'll talk to them. If they're cool with you staying, like I care less. But if they want you gone, I'll have to trespass you.
I already ordered my drink, so I get it. I'll be on my. I have no reason to be here. I don't want to film other people. Absolutely. I don't want to, I just want my drink. Just like everyone has a manager, my manager told me to film.
So I
order exotic drinks, so I was just trying to do my job. But I get it, and I appreciate you being kind.
So I think here that the police officer missed out on a great opportunity to educate this absolute clown that he has no right to record his videos on other people's private property. That's a missed opportunity, but it's not a problem because it looks like the situation was already over. Now, obviously, he got completely obliterated after posting this absolute nonsense.
Yeah. Imagine the people who have common sense also following you decide to not follow you anymore because you are a douchebag. You are a douchebag in front of people who are just doing their jobs, and you are still thinking that as a millionaire you are fucking above every rule, every guideline, every rule that is attached to law, and every rule that is attached to what the standards of private businesses are. You have got to fucking change your mindset if you're a fucking millionaire, bro.
And he felt the need to post a 28-minute long apology video. We won't take a look at the whole thing because I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of crying, so we'll take a look at the best parts.
Hey guys, I wanted to make this video just to be honest and open.
And you're fucking using instrumentals, piece of shit. No, immediate fucking red flag. Immediate red flag. You're trying to gain sympathy from your fucking audience. You're trying to gain sympathy from your audience. Immediate red flag. You think no one saw that, bitch? You think no one saw that?
With my supporters and just tell you guys everything that's been going on in my life. I wanted to hop on YouTube and film this video to just be very honest and speak from the heart to all.
No, you go fuck yourself. You were caught red fucking handed, bro. Go fuck yourself.
All my supporters and to anybody who rocks with me, just about everything that's been going on in my life. First and foremost, before I get into anything else, I want to start off by saying that recently I've made some decisions that I am not proud of. I have done a few things and said a few.
You have done a few things and people are giving you the middle finger because you got fucking caught, bro.
Things that I personally am not proud of myself for. I'm upset with myself. I'm mad at myself. It's just not me. It's not me, and
it's not you. No, it is fucking you at your most casual mode, and you got fucking caught. Fuck you.
To get into specifics, I mean, obviously the whole situation that happened at Starbucks, some decisions I've been making in my life recently are just decisions that I am not proud of, and I'm upset with myself for.
So he keeps saying it's not me, I don't act like.
Yeah, he is a complete piece of shit. Immediate red fucking flags, the instrumentals, the way he actually, oh my god, he is a piece of shit.
That usually, but actually that's exactly him. He's an entitled millionaire.
I mean, his own shirt says anti-social social club. His own shirt says anti-social social club. Your head, you got too much of a big head to be considered sane. Really, just no.
That just went mask off and berated a minimum wage worker because he wasn't getting his way. Like an entitled child who wasn't getting the specific toy he wanted for his birthday. So actually, it goes right up to his character. I am not surprised one bit that this clown acted like this and had a Karen meltdown.
I hate myself for how I reacted in the Starbucks situation. I'm not proud of myself for that moment. I'm very ashamed of myself, and I hate myself for doing that. I reacted in an ugly.
Okay. Where is his video? Okay, that's just fucking. I'm not gonna. No. Where is his video? Piece of shit.
Hey guys.
Oh, I just need. Bro. All you just needed to do was be humbled. Understand rules. Oh my god.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
I had to leave a comment, and at the same time I had to post and tag his name. And this is what I said. Bro, all you just needed to do was be humbled, understand rules apply to everyone regardless of your social status in life, and know that when you start pushing against a superior who tells you that you're in the wrong, you don't push further because you are in the wrong. I don't watch your channel, and this would be the first time I'm speaking to you like this, but already I have a very bad impression of you now. I'm not going to I'm not going to get in this guy's face any further. He's a real piece of shit. He really needs work. He really just needs work. Anti-social club. No wonder he doesn't get along with some people.
Way, and that's just not me. I'm not proud of that moment. I'm ashamed of myself for acting the way I did. I was raised a lot better than that by two amazing parents. And before I continue with anything else from this video, I just want to sit here before anything else and look at everyone in the face and say that I'm truly sorry for my actions recently.
You are still playing that instrumental. You are raised by parents to be better. Let me just tell you, they failed. At that very instance, in that Starbucks, they failed.
apologizing for anything I've done that's been out of line, for anything that I've said that has been disrespectful, because I know recently there have been a couple of different instances where I've said some things that I shouldn't have, and I've done some things that I regret, and I've gotten disrespectful in certain situations, and I just want to come here and say sorry. I'm very sorry. That's not the person that I am. I'm not proud of myself for doing those things. I'm sitting here and apologizing for all my actions that have made anybody upset or that have made anybody feel any type of way. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You are still playing that instrumental.
It is my fault. I'm 30 years old, so I'm grown enough to where I can take accountability when I'm wrong, and I can acknowledge my wrongs. And that's exactly what I'm doing today. I'm sitting here full of shame, not pinning the blame of my actions on anybody else.
You still have that fucking ugly shirt.
It's not justifying my disrespectful actions, not sitting here and saying, oh, well, the only reason I acted that way was because of this person and that person and because this thing happened.
No, you are actually doing that.
No. It is nobody's fault but mine. I'm not here to make excuses for my actions. I'm not here to justify anything disrespectful that I've done. Instead, I'm sitting here to take full accountability, say sorry.
He can say sorry until the cows come home, and I'm sure he will, because we're only 2 minutes into this 28-minute long apology video. But one thing's for sure, I don't think he's sorry because he really feels bad as to how he treated that worker. I think he's just sorry he got caught.
Exactly. He got caught red-handed, bro.
He's sorry that he got exposed for being an arrogant millionaire douchebag, and his PR team probably told him, dude, you need to make an apology video, but we're still going to monetize it, so make sure it's very, very long so we get a lot of ad revenue from it. Try to make it about 20.
Now that I think about it, 28 minutes is a good length for ad revenue.
8-minute long.
And apologize for anything that I've done that has been out of line or disrespectful in any sort of way. That is not me. That's not the way I was raised, and I'm not proud of myself for that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for anything wrong that I've done, these last couple of weeks. I'm grown enough at this point in my life to where I can acknowledge my wrongs and take accountability for any of the wrong things that I've done. I'm grown enough to where I can sit here and look at the entire world in the face and admit that I was the one in the wrong in this Starbucks situation, and I gotta be better. It was my fault, and I'm here to take full accountability for being the one in the wrong. It's not who I am as a person. It is not a...
You keep repeating this like a broken record. What are you going to do to redeem yourself, bro?
Proud moment for me, and that's what I'm here doing today. I feel like it's very immature and very childish when you do something wrong and you try to blame other people. You try to point fingers and be like, oh, well, the only reason I did that was because this person made me mad. Like, it's just very immature to try to justify your wrongdoings and to try to justify your wrong actions. So that's not what I'm here for today. I'm not trying to make excuses for why I've acted the way I've acted recently, but instead I'm sitting here looking all you guys straight in the face to just apologize and say sorry for my actions. And it's just not me. I'm ashamed of myself for acting the way I've been acting. I'm not happy.
You're only ashamed because you got caught. Yeah, and again, unfortunately, you are only ashamed because you got caught.
With myself. And not only am I apologizing to you guys watching this video, not only am I saying sorry to all my supporters, but I've also decided that after I do film this...
Your dog is drinking through that cup. Your dog is drinking through that cup of what? Give him a proper bowl. I believe he's just sending a message to make sure that everyone who hates him just knows that he's just being genuine. This is not being genuine.
This video, I want to drive back over to that Starbucks and apologize to that employee face to face. Yeah, he may come across this video and hear my sorry, but I feel like it would be more genuine if I gave him an apology face to face. I feel like that comes more from the heart.
So he still doesn't understand the concept of trespassing. You are no longer wanted at that property. The guy still doesn't get it. But I will say that if he wanted to apologize to the guy,
he's already trespassed.
It would be a good thing. It's probably what his PR team told him. But you know what would be even better? Instead of apologizing from the heart, why don't you apologize from the wallet? Because this guy made $2,770 on this apology video. At least.
Honestly, if he really should be treated better, on simple things like this, like messages in which he's apologizing, he should never, ever monetize. Now that I think about it, considering that he is monetizing even this video, even his apology video as well, he's being deceptive. He's being fucking deceptive, bro.
Almost $3,000, and I'll tell you why I know that. Because the video is very long, it might have an RPM of around $10 per 1,000 views, and if you calculate 277 times 10, that's how much money he made, or around that. So why don't you apologize from your wallet and give him that $2,500? That way he can treat himself something nice after dealing with the unbearable Karen that you are. Oh yeah, that's right, you won't do that because you're a douche.
I feel like an apology is more genuine face to face than it is through a computer screen or through a camera. I'm gonna go apologize to that worker for giving him a hard time when he was just trying to do his job. What I will say, because I promised at the beginning of this video that I was gonna be 100% honest and open with everybody watching this video, I promised I would speak from my heart to all my supporters. And so what I will say is, recently in my life, I've been going through a lot. You know, as an influencer, as a YouTuber, there's a lot of things from my life that are on camera. There's a lot of things.
You know, maybe it's better you just stop being an influencer, bro. Antisocial social club. Piece of shit.
That I record. There's a lot of things that I post on the internet, but that doesn't mean that I post everything about my life. Like, don't get me wrong, my supporters know a large chunk of what happens in my life. That's true, but that doesn't mean that they know everything. I don't put everything of my life on the internet. You know, there's not a camera rolling and recording me 24/7. So I will be honest with you guys and let you know that recently I've been dealing with some things and just going through a couple.
You're gonna go and say something like a pity, like a sympathy. You're gonna take us on a sympathy boat ride. Fuck you.
Different things that
don't do this.
In a very dark spot mentally. I'm not happy with myself. I'm in a really tough, dark spot up here.
You are. So, mental and emotional card. You're going to play these. Are you insane?
Here in my own head. There's just been a couple different things that have occurred in my life recently that have put me in a really.
So do you guys remember?
He is a mental and he is playing the mental and emotional card. Is he insane?
A few minutes ago, he said that he is not going to shift blame onto exterior factors. He is going to take accountability and not make excuses. Well, he's doing exactly that. He is shifting responsibility onto all these problems that are happening in his life. And yeah, rich people can have problems. Money doesn't buy happiness, but we all deal with problems. We don't take it out on minimum wage workers because we're having a bad day. Stop being a Karen. You were doing good for the first 2 to 3 minutes of the.
Every action that you take is your own. Basically, that's right. 50 minutes of shame says it. Okay. Even if you have problems mentally and emotionally, every action that you take, every word that you say, they are your own words, they are your own actions. Own up to the mistakes. Don't say that mental and emotional problems are making you this way. Other fucking red flags like this make people want to fucking vomit, bro. You are a millionaire, sure, but everything that you do online is something you always do. I'm just assuming here, but everything that you do online, everything that you're saying and doing online is a regular thing for you. Don't say that's not true. Don't fucking say that's not true, dude.
Apology, it almost looks sincere, but now you're completely going off the rails.
Down, depressing state, and a very dark place mentally. It's made me very sad. I'll just be honest with you guys, like I promised in the beginning of this video, I've been struggling a lot mentally. It's been hard for me to deal with all.
I am just pissed off. I'm just going to download this video. Okay, what's going to happen is that I'm going to download this video, remove all of the background music, because his background music makes me very very, very absolutely feel like there is a fucking red flag somewhere. Everything about the apology video is a fucking red flag, bro. Everything about the fucking apology video is a fucking red flag. I'm gonna launch CapCut and gonna make sure to cut all the shit. It's time we cut all the bullshit. Honestly, it's time we cut all the bullshit. And stop being a douchebag. Really. All you gotta do is stop being a douchebag and we can go our way. But no, you're still being a douchebag. So I'm just going to do this. Oh my god. Unbelievable. The piece of shit he is showing to be. I can't believe this. I'm gonna have to do this. 1, 10, 20. Won't reach 30, but I am just going to isolate voice, keep vocals. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep vocals. Gonna do that for every 10 minutes, every 20. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to make sure that I make this absolutely clear that his shit needs to be regulated. Unfortunately, it's come to a point in which, yeah. Why? What's going on? Why are you... Hold on. What is going on? Bro, what is going on? I'm online. What are you saying, bro? Try again later? Why? What are you... What's going on? Oh my god, what's going on with you? Are you pro? Are you on pro, dude? I don't know what the hell is going on with you, dude, but... Hold on. Give me a moment here. What is going on? Yeah. My CapCut's good. So what's going on? Dude, what is going on, dude? What is going on? Oh my god. Oh my god, what now?
place turn up, them can't get enough. Virgin them a chill out, just a have fun. Tell them a move to the bass and the drum. Party all night, we just a drink rum. Care with clippets, them have the best sound. Boom. Treatment like man of the year. Pull up in a me only with the money like Saudi. Buy off the bar, dance all crowded. Virgin them a chill out, just a have fun. Tell them a move to the bass and the drum. Party all night, we just a
Guys, I'll be back. I need to like make sure that things are looking okay.
Girl, if you bounce it, girl, if
Kill me.
Follow the wind, but watch your back.
Okay, I'm back. I'm just making sure things are looking smooth and shit. Whew. All right, we are on. I will just create a compound clip and I will do the isolations and shit. Transcript this. I will transcript this thing and then you can actually see it in action and stuff. Because for some reason, the red flags are with the background music, bro. The red flags are with the freaking background music, bro. Let's just be real. The red flags are with the actual background music. He's making himself look like that he's always in the right. Well, unfortunately, he's not set up solutions to actually mitigate his problem. He's only sorry that he got caught. He's only sorry that he got caught. He's trespassed from that same Starbucks. He thinks he still has pull to actually apologize. No, he's past that already. He's absolutely past that. He doesn't want to say sorry, so they're not expecting him to say sorry. They shouldn't expect him to say sorry. Why should he? Seriously. Wait, did I not? Hold on.
It is not right. You should never take out your stress on other people. Hey guys, I wanted to make this video just to be honest and open with my supporters and just tell you guys everything that's been going on in my life. I wanted to hop on YouTube and film this video to just be very honest and speak from the heart to all my supporters and to anybody who rock.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Can't believe this, bro. Give me a moment here. I'm just going to make sure that this, the rundown of this is really given in something.
turn down, yeah. Turn up, them can't get enough. Virgin them a chill out, just a have fun. Tell them a move to the bass and the drum. Party all night, we just a drink rum. There with clippets, them have the best sound. Boom. Treatment like man of the year. Pull up in a me Audi with the money like Saudi. Fire off the bar, dance all crowded. Virgin them a chill out, just a have fun. Tell them a move to the bass and the drum. Party all night, we just a drink rum. There with clippets, them have the best sound. Boom. We never turn down, yeah.
I thought bad things were going to happen, but basically, yeah, we're cool, but hold on. Something's up. Where's my shit? Where's my shit? Why didn't you? Dude, I hate it when that happens, bro. I hate it when that happens. Whatever. Give me a moment here. It's already... basically, I had to clear the cache, and I had to literally just make sure that things are looking okay with the thing. So yeah. I am using Pro CapCut, okay? That's not exactly a big thing. I am on Pro. What you talking about?
Hey guys, I wanted to make this video just to be honest and open with my supporters and just tell you guys everything that's been going on in my life. I wanted to hop on YouTube and film this video to just be very honest and speak from the heart to all my supporters and to anybody who rocks with me, just about everything that's been going on in my life. First and foremost, before I get into anything else, I want to start off by saying that recently I've made some decisions that I am not proud of. I have done a few things and said a few things that I personally am not proud of myself for. I'm upset with myself. I'm mad at myself. It's not me. And to get into specifics, obviously the whole situation that happened at Starbucks, some decisions I've been making in my life recently are just decisions that I am not proud of and I'm upset with myself for. I hate myself for how I reacted in the Starbucks situation. I'm not proud of myself for that moment. I'm very ashamed of myself and I hate myself for doing that. I reacted in an ugly way and that's just not me. I'm not proud of that moment. I'm ashamed of myself for acting the way I did. I was raised a lot better than that by two amazing parents. And before I continue with anything else from this video, I just want to sit here before anything else and look at everyone in the face.
Let me just tell you, you could have had a better way to actually express yourself without the instrumentals. Like you're telling a sob story. The things outside your control did this. If only you didn't actually add the background music, but no. What happened? You added the background music and you made it look like that you were not in control of your own actions. Bullshit. I am saying it and I called it. Bullshit.
All the occurrences that have been happening in my
This background music sucks, bro.
life, a lot of things that have happened to me in my life just have really f***ed me up mentally, and it's really given me a lot of mental health struggles that have been hard for me to overcome. There have been a couple things recently that have happened in my life that have they've beat me up. I'm not talking about someone physically coming to my face and punching me and beating me up, but I'm talking about some hits that I've taken up here mentally that have just put me in a very depressing state.
You're the mental and emotional card. That's what you're gonna really just go for. You're a fucking asshole, dude.
Stay in a very tough spot that it's just been hard to recover from. I've just been so down and depressed and hurt internally, and I've been so hurt and sad mentally. And like I said, I don't put everything that I'm going through on camera. So, you know, just because in my videos I don't talk about certain things that have happened to me that have really made me upset or really taken a toll on me mentally, that doesn't mean that they're not happening in my life. I'm human too, and so I have a life off camera as well. And just like a lot of you guys watching this video who have dealt with something in your life that has made you very sad or depressed or upset, and it's really beat you up mentally, and it's really made you feel very shitty as a person, that's what I'm going through right now. I'm no different than any of you guys.
Okay, you're going through shit. I get it. No worries. But how about that minimum wage worker who might be going through the same shit as you or much worse, because on top of that, there's the financial stress. And here comes this millionaire douchebag that walks in there and tries to boss him around and has a Karen meltdown. What about
exactly
him? Why don't you put yourself in his shoes? The level of entitlement coming from this guy is just unreal. If he would have kept the apology at around 3 minutes and
keep the apology around 3 minutes, don't put the background music, maintain everything else, it's fine. But no, you had to lengthen the entire apology and then put background music. It is a fucking red flag. He's a rich asshole.
And said, you know what, I'm sorry, I acted like an asshole, I'm gonna go apologize, I'm not shifting blame on anything, that's it, I'm sorry, please forgive me, have a good day. That would have been fine. I think people would have been like, meh, okay, no worries, move on to the next topic. But instead, you're dragging this shit out and making a 28-minute long video. Like, this is so ridiculous.
Just because I have a camera, I have some followers on the internet, does not make me any different than all of you guys watching this video. We're all human, we all share the same struggle.
We're all human except you, who is above any human. Apparently, that's what you showed.
And I'm coming to you guys as a grown man who's trying to be honest and open and transparent in this video.
Yo, no, you're not being honest, you're not being open, you're not being transparent when that actually happened over there. Bro, you are just trying to be a douche in front of everybody, even towards the watchers, dude. How many more dislikes did you get on your apology video? 20,000, bro. You got about 30,000 dislikes. The ratio is bad.
Video and letting you guys know that just like a lot of you guys struggle, you know, mentally, I'm currently dealing with some stuff that have not allowed me to be as happy as I usually am. And
You are an asshole.
I'm just not myself recently. I feel like that is being shown in my actions. I feel like, you know, instead of trying to seek a solution for what's been bothering me and what's been stressing me out, instead of going to therapy, instead of trying to seek help for what's really been bothering me up here mentally, instead I've just tried.
You keep using the mental and emotional card again.
To brush it off to the side and just tell myself, Brandon, you're a grown man, you know, you're not a baby, you could handle this. And I've just been trying to go on about my life and trying to still film content and try to still do my job. But honestly, what I've been dealing with internally and what's been stressing me out and some of the life occurrences that have been happening that have really been taking a toll on me mentally, it's really caught up to me and it's beat my ass. It's showing in some of the ways that I lash out on people, and that's just not me. It's not me.
No, you keep earning the revenue money. That's why you actually lengthened it all the way to 30 minutes. Fuck you.
Well, obviously this asshole is just going to repeat himself over and over and over. So let's take a look at what his audience has to say about this terrible apology video. This guy said, nah, his true self showed. This dude has been a douchebag. His brother told his ass to apologize before this got out of hand, and now he's playing the mental health victim. Okay, buddy. Bro said he wasn't going to find excuses for his actions, but the whole video was him excusing himself, laughing my ass off. Notice how he made this whole apology video about him instead of it being an apology video. Crazy how you told a worker he gets no pussy when the one you get has been passed around by the whole team. Never clicked on an apology video faster. This is about to be pure comedy. Bullying minimum wage workers is crazy. Sounds like you were projecting on the barista. It's okay if you're an incel, bro. Some people can't help but be about that incel life and behavior. Hope someone saves you before you end up missing. His true self is nasty, and we saw it in real life. Stop making people like this famous. Can you imagine how he acts behind closed doors or when the cameras are not around?
Yeah.
So it's clear that his audience just isn't buying the bullshit that he's selling. Now that's it for the video. I had a lot of fun making this one. It was such a blast. If you enjoyed the show, please subscribe to the channel. We're getting kind of close to 100K. It would be nice to get there. If you guys want to come hang out tonight, I'm going live on the Body Cam channel, Josh Prime. That's at 7 p.m. Eastern. Thanks so much for watching. And until then, I'll see you guys on the next one.
Listen, I don't blame you for being rich, but I blame you for not knowing any better. Because you are rich and you made it as an influencer. And you became a douchebag because you did not reflect. That's not reflecting, my man. You need to do absolutely better if you want to make sure that you want to recover the trust your audience has on you. And it's not gonna recover easily, bro. Sorry. Who the fuck you are. You're not sorry, bro. Stop bitching. Now I got some content to actually make sure that it's actually there, so I will absolutely just make sure that the thing happens. So give me a moment here. Yeah, we're going to be editing some stuff and hopefully it actually comes out okay. So chill out. I'm gonna be going and I will see you guys later.